Yes, ladies and gentlemen, what's going on? How are ya? Thinker St. James here. And today we are going to be hanging out watching BKFC Knucklemania V. I have not done a lot of coverage of BKFC, bits and pieces here and there. We've watched a little bit of BKFC after some UFC events, but there's no UFC today. My co-host, Vitz King, is sick, but apparently he's in the chat. Hello, sir. I hope you're feeling better. Either which way. Honestly, you could be watching along with this one. At least for the prelims. Prelims are on YouTube. And the pay-per-view is actually a pretty decent card, I would say. So, unfortunate that I'm not able to watch it with my buddy, the Vitz King, today. But I'm home. I'm chilling. And I'm looking forward to this. I'm looking forward to catching an entire BKFC cards. You know, BKFC has been making some strides as far as their distribution and some deals that they've made as far as getting their product out to more people. So they're growing their brand. Conor McGregor has been a big part of that, I would think, at least whether it's financially or exposure-wise or whatever the case may be. Having Conor on, for better or for worse, is a draw still. The press conference with Conor, even with him showing up an hour late, still did numbers. So that is part of it. And, you know, I mean, I think that it's just one of those things that's growing in popularity one way or another. I like it. Someone was asking me why I liked it. They're like, oh, you really like that BKFC? It's like barroom brawling, you know? It's like not really high skill, blah, blah, blah. And then I'm like, yeah, I dig it. I dig it for that reason. It's old school fucking, you know, throw down, mano a mano, dirty fucking fighting. And for what it is, I enjoy that. So I'm a fan of the product. Plus, the other reason, too, is shout out to the boys from Fight Show, Checkmate Entertainment. Those dudes are actually at this event. I was talking to Garrett earlier. He texted me that he is in section 102 of the Wells Fargo Arena out there in Philly, where this event is taking place. So, big event for them. They're doing it out in Philly. I mean, at the arena in Philadelphia, the big market. That's a big arena, big venue for an event like this. So, main event is cool. Eddie Alvarez versus Jeremy Stephens. Of course, both former UFC fighters, so a little bit of MMA crossover there. And the undercard is cool too. Ben Rothwell, who I saw live, right? I think that he was one of the dudes that I saw fight BK MMA at Gamebred MMA here in town. So this is an interesting one, and it'd be cool to like see an entire event of it. So, John Dong, how you doing, brother? Their broadcast has just begun, so timer is on based on the start of the BKFC card here. So yeah, as I said, if you are interested in tuning in at least to the prelims, they are on YouTube. They're using the Knucklemania V, bro. What the fuck? Throughout this entire thing, I'm trying to look for like what the proper hashtag is to be using for all of this stuff. I used the 5. They're using the V. Mario Lopez is on their broadcast team. That's what I'm saying. They're upping their broadcast game over here. Mario Lopez, actually a legitimate fight person, it turns out. So I'm not mad at this. I don't think that it's one of those like, oh, get a celebrity in there just for the sake of having a celebrity. Mario Lopez actually is about that fight life. So, cool. But yeah, that's annoying to me with the hashtag. The other thing too is that like this organization and also Karate Combat. We were talking a lot about Karate Combat yesterday. They just had their event in Miami yesterday. Myself and Chase were watching on his channel for a little while. I was late to that because my sleep schedule has been all kinds of fucked up. Talk about that a little later. But anyway, the point is that these organizations do a very bad job of letting you know how and where to watch. Like, it was a lot of work to try to figure out all of the details of this event. And same with Karate Combat yesterday. Hey, Chiwiwi. T. Chazzy, thank you very much for following. Welcome. I got the audio from the event going right now, so unfortunately I didn't let the Chiwiwi go, but there's your additional Chiwiwi. Yeah, welcome. Thank you for following. Much appreciated. Yeah, Taylor Starling and Beck Rawlings, that's the other fight that's pretty interesting on here. Rothwell, I forget who he's fighting. This card has a couple of people. So the other reason, like I was saying about the fight show guys being there, he's fighting Mick Terrell. That's Ben Rothwell versus Mick Terrell, right? That is for their heavyweight championship. That should be pretty interesting. But with the fight show guys, they interviewed, what is the dude's name? Well, I know Johnny Garbarino is the one that I remember off the top of my head. Johnny Garbarino on this card is a minus 2,000 favorite. So I got a little parlay cooked up for this card based on some of these fights, and we'll see how they all turn out, of course. But Garbarino is definitely a huge favorite, and I'm waiting for them to show the other guy so I can remember his name, which I apologize to this dude because he seemed like a great guy. And I am certainly pulling for him as well. But let me see if I can just find it. Beeb, what's going on, brother? How are you? Mike is taking the W. I don't know if Perry is fighting on this card, actually. Cyrus Fees. That's quite a name. That sounds like a name that you'd hear in like an action movie. Or like an action movie from like the 90s. You know what I mean? Like that's like a Michael Bay, Jerry Bruckheimer type of name. I gotta get the codes, take them down to Malibu, give them to Cyrus Feeds. He'll know what to do. I don't know why Malibu. Hold on. All right, so let me look up this card real quick. This guy is just now talking about how they just added Conor McGregor to the mix. He's been in the mix for quite a while. And he's been causing quite the commotion as expected. The other dude who they had on Fight Show is Pat Brady, and he seemed like a very cool dude. So pulling for Pat Brady, pulling for Ben Rothwell. My parlay is Eddie Alvarez, Johnny Garbarino, and Beck Rawling. So we'll see how that all works out for me. Who the fuck is that guy is getting dropped by Eddie? Hey, let's go. Yeah, isn't that a little strange to have Conor McGregor as the promoter and Eddie Alvarez in the main event? Also, Jeremy Stevens got in a little bit of trouble at the press conference for this one, from what I understand. Again, I'm getting a lot of my information about this event from Fight Show, so I was like, I gotta tune in if I'm caught up on the lore of this event just by osmosis because those are the homies. So I'm like, yeah, let's check this thing out. You know, I've never watched an entire BKFC card from front to back. Let's see what they got. But yeah, Jeremy Stevens at the press conference goes out to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, one of the biggest, most hardcore sports fan bases in the world, and starts talking shit about Philly. It's like, bro, that is a very unwise move, my man. That is not a smart thing to do, talking shit about Philadelphia in Philadelphia. Garbarino actually had a good quote, and I agreed with the Fight Show guys about this. They said that Garbarino's line was serious badassery. He said, "You better watch your mouth because I think everybody leaves through the same front door." I was like, yeah, that's pretty good. Also appreciating the pacing of this. This is Brian McDowell making the walk right now. I mean, we're, 6 minutes into this thing? Within the first 5 minutes of broadcast, we're already seeing a walk. I appreciate that. So far, pacing good. I like the presentation. Looks like a pretty packed house, too. I'm not going to lie. I got to see a good crowd shot to see just how far up it goes. This is one thing about these events, especially in these smaller promotions, you know, the secondary combat sports promotions. Yeah, let me see what it's looking like up top. All right, maybe not filled out to the rafters, but definitely the lower bowl filled up. One of the things that I learned from watching Gamebred Bare Knuckle live is that when you put a smaller promotion inside of an arena, you can sometimes feel how small it is. But that is a decent little turnout for the first fight on the card. Now, granted, this card is taking place at 8 o'clock in the evening, like, to start off. Like, these are the prelims, or I guess I don't know how they break this down. I would assume that they're considering these prelim fights. But this is it's not empty in there. I don't know if they're piping in crowd noise or whatever, but you can certainly hear the crowd. This is a big deal for BKFC, so I wanted to show my support for their endeavors here by checking this thing out, talking about it a little bit with you guys. Hope you all are having a good evening. Also, you know, if there's any other MMA-related stuff, I know that this is kind of MMA adjacent, so if there's MMA stuff that you guys want to talk about, I'm not so locked in on this that we can't talk about other stuff. Thoughts on Tony going to GFL? Oh, well, Mr. Beebe. Have you been keeping up with last week's fights at all? If you haven't, I would suggest going back and listening to the podcast. I know the podcast is like a big time investment because we go really long on the podcast. That was one thing I was thinking about when it comes to the podcast, is just that, like, 2.5 hours, I understand, is like very... it's a big commitment for people. I kind of think it's one of those things that you can, like, put on in the car while you're driving or whatever, or like in the background if you're doing laundry or some shit. You know what I mean? Like, I don't expect you to be like actively listening to the podcast at all times. But if you go back to the podcast, we've been covering a lot of outside the UFC stuff lately, and like it's just becoming kind of part of our normal operation on the podcast. Like, and GFL has been a big point of discussion on the show lately. So thoughts, I got a lot of thoughts about GFL in general, so kind of tipping the hand a little bit. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get it out tomorrow. If I'm going to try my best to at least get the recording done, but what I want to do is I want to go and actually do like a breakdown of their draft broadcast that they just did yesterday. If you're not aware, the GFL did a quote-unquote live. It's kind of up in the air as to whether or not it was actually live or not, but they did a broadcast of their GFL draft, where a whole lot of fighters who are associated with the organization were on. Fucking Mike Goldberg was on it. Brendan Schaub was one of the commentators of this draft, which is always hilarious. Robin Black from generally from Karate Combat, also a commentator for Game Bred Bare Knuckle, was on this draft thing. It's a very... I don't know what the right... Fascinating, I guess, the right word to say about it right now. GFL is a fascinating experiment. There's a whole lot going on with it. I don't know if you know about the phantom signings that they've been having with, like, fighters who they're saying that are signed to the GFL but are not actually signed. Like, these other organizations are coming out and saying, hey, our fighters are not signed to your organization. Stop saying that shit. There seems to be a good amount of money going into it, but where is that money coming from? Are all of these fighters going to fight? They have a fucking team system and points. It's a whole lot of crazy shit when it comes to the GFL. So I'm going to do a little bit of a video breakdown of their 3-hour draft broadcast tomorrow. I'm going to chop it down. It's not going to be a 3-hour. I'm not going to live stream it. I'm just going to try to get it out just as a video. But I'll do a breakdown of that to give you all of my thoughts on that. Hopefully coming up soon. First fight has started. Stinky doo-doo poopy stains. Yo. Goated username. Let's go, Little Heathen. All right, hey, fair enough, man. Uh-oh. McDowell's starting off heavy with some hands. Going up against Babuladze. Babaluidze. That's quite a name. Yeah, they're swinging early. But yeah, McDowell is throwing some fucking hands over here. Or no, Babaluidze was throwing some hands just now. My bad. I was going off of the trunks. It's off of the wraps for the colors. The corner assignments here. But yeah, anyway, so just to finish up on GFL, keep your eyes on the channel, youtube.com/@YamaShow. I will have a video about the GFL draft and some of my thoughts about GFL on there. And also tune into the podcast if you have the time, because we talk about it a lot on there. We're talking about a whole bunch of outside the UFC combat sports stuff on the podcast lately. Karate Combat is going to be a big topic of discussion on the podcast coming up. And nice to see some good action in the very first fight here. Knucklemania off to a good start. Babaluidze, I like the name. Sounds like a genie's name. I summon Babaluidze. Rub the lamp. That's like a call out you'd hear on a pinball machine. Babaluidze bleeding out the eye a little bit. That's one of those things about bare knuckle. That was what my friend who I was talking to about it was saying. He's like, yeah, you know, it's like these gritty barroom brawl style fights. I'm like, yeah, these guys get bloody early. I mean, those knuckles are sharp, man. Ooh, uh-oh. Dropped. I thought I heard the clap, or do they... Okay, yeah, so I guess when they drop... I'm not as well... I don't follow boxing all that much, and I'm not 100% familiar with all of the rule set of BKFC. But I guess what happened there is that they, if a fighter goes down, they get a standing count. And if the count comes within the window before the end of the round, they do the count, and then the round ends after that. So the round is essentially extended through the count. Make sure that they can stand back up. Make sure they're good to fight still. And then they end the round after that. So round ends with Babalu going down. But yeah, I'm just gonna call you Stains. Stains. Yeah, I mean, I'm good with either guy winning. I like Eddie Alvarez too. He's always been a really game fighter. Kind of feel like he got a little bit of a raw deal in the UFC to begin with, even though he did get the red panty night. So I guess you can't be too mad at it. But I would be happy to see Jeremy Stephens win. I just didn't like Jeremy Stephens talking shit about Philly in Philly. I'm not exactly like a Philly Glazer or anything here. I'm more of a Pittsburgh guy myself. Oh, ooh, yo. What the hell? They just switched up the graphic. It says Russell versus Tucker now. They've changed fighters mid-fight. What? Yeah, Baba Luis goes down, but if you look at the graphic, it would be Russell who went down. That's a little strange. Yeah, so far so good on the action in this card. I mean, we're only on the first fight, but I'm enjoying it. And so this is what I'm saying also about boxing too. If I'm going to watch boxing, which I've already kind of said, I'm not really like the hugest boxing fan. I at least want to see like gritty action in boxing. Because that's why I'm not a huge boxing fan, is that like a lot of times it's really point fighting. Like yeah, you see some knockouts in boxing, you see some drops in boxing occasionally, but it's way more close to point fighting than it is to like the reality of MMA. Kind of like if you're looking at like the reality of combat sports, like on a spectrum, boxing is sort of on one side, and I would say like Muay Thai maybe on the other side, where it's like the as far as like the actual like in your face reality of it, where people can get knocked out at any second, So if I'm gonna watch boxing, I'm cool with this. Like, these guys, like, we're seeing drops early. Bare knuckle. There's nowhere to hide, man. There's no gloves to pad shit out in any capacity. Of course, gloves are to protect the hands and not the face, but either way, you see a lot less. This card is already better than Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul. You know what I'm saying? That's through one fight. Is that Sergio Pettis in the corner there? Looks like him. Yeah, he left his face open for real. He got clipped. Looked like a nice shot too that clipped him. It didn't even land like full on flush. It kind of just like swang through the face, but enough to drop him. Good stuff. Oh yeah, and so as I had said, we got to keep an eye out for the fight show guys. They said they're in section 102 of the Wells Fargo Arena here. Ooh. Bro, they just changed the names on the graphic again. Again, they're wrong. Now it's Caracappa and Norman on the Chiron. What the fuck is going on? All right, BKFC, get your graphics team together, dude. We've now seen these guys change personas 3 times. They're changing characters mid-match. This is like Marvel versus Capcom. They're tagging other people in. Ooh. Yo. These guys are going back and forth, man. Now Baba Luite knocking down Brian McDowell. Yeah, they've both knocked each other down at this point. These guys are going for it. Ooh, another one. I mean, not a knockdown, but another nice shot. Stumbles. Babaloo. Yeah, they're saying that this is like a quintessential BKFC bout. I would tend to agree. I mean, these guys are really going for it. Great way to start this card. Oh, head clash. Oh, looks like a head clash. Oh, yeah, he's bleeding out the head now. Yeah, he's bleeding out the forehead, and that is off of the clash for sure. That is exactly where the clash happened. Oof. That's unfortunate. All right, they're back at it. Ooh, another nice shot from Babaluite. Ooh, nice uppercuts. All right. Man, good fight. It was fun. Yeah, showing these replays, man. Oh, man. The first knockdown was from McDowell, and it was in the middle of quite the flurry, but on both sides. Those guys were really swinging there. I appreciate this fight, man. These guys are really going for it. Putting their all into getting that 11-11. That is a fucking dope-ass neck tattoo, bro. That is not something you'd hear me say very often. I'm not a big fan of the neck tattoos, but if you're going to get one, that fucking snake with the dagger through its head, that is dope as fuck. That shit goes hard, dude. Babaluite. Oh, they are having graphics problems over here, man. Because, yeah, they don't have the graphic on screen now. They've now gone through 3 iterations of who's supposed to be showcased as the fighters when it comes to the graphics. So, minor technical difficulties happening here on BKFC, but very minor. Yeah, that's just graphics. At least it's not cameras. At least it's not broadcast, you know? And that's something about these other organizations that I'm really enjoying as well. That's why I think that I want to like keep up with these other organizations and not just only cover the UFC, is because it's like their production value is starting to really rise over the years. Like there was a time in combat sports history where boxing and MMA were really the only two, specifically boxing outfits and the UFC were really the only two professional broadcasters when it came to the distribution of these products. But now Karate Combat looked really good last night. This is looking good. PFL obviously is doing pretty well with their broadcast stuff. You know, they've got good deals going. The event today was apparently pretty good. I watched a very little bit of it, but my sleep schedule has been fucked lately. Really, really bad. I'm kind of amazed that I'm even awake for this right now because I'm on Red Bull number 2 today with more on deck if needed, which would be very, very stupid of me to have another one, but we'll see if I need it. Right now, doing okay. But either way, like I was saying, I mean, the presentation of these events is very nice. So I would class them as legitimate and worthwhile viewing endeavors. Granted, as I had mentioned on Chase's stream last night, we live in the attention economy right now. So there's only so many places you can watch at any given time. There's only so much combat sports that any normal human being can consume unless you're a fight nerd like us, you know, like people who really follow this stuff very closely. So it's interesting to me where people decide to place their allegiances, what they're choosing to consume. So, you know, I could have conceivably today, I was actually thinking about trying to do it, but again, I was just way too tired to make it happen. But conceivably today, if I had really hunkered down, I could have streamed watch-alongs for PFL, the UFC replay of UFC 200 on their YouTube channel, and BKFC in one day. I think that goes to show just the extent of where combat sports broadcasting has gotten, which is awesome. To me, I'm super okay with it. I think it's awesome. I think we're very, very lucky to be living in this time and place right now. All right, last round here. This is a close fight, too. I don't even know who I'd have winning this thing. They both knocked each other down. It's really going to come down to this round, I would say. Hard-fought battle. Oof. Babaluite with a nice flurry to start off that third round here. Oh, and they got the graphics fixed up. Mazel tov. Oof, oof, ooh. Down goes McDowell. Babaluite probably taking this fight now. Sucks, too, because McDowell was the one that took the brunt of that incidental head clash. But, yeah, nice knockdown for Babaluite. I would say that probably swings this fight. Ooh. Yeah, Babaluite hunting now. He's stalking. He's got McDowell up on the ropes. Oh, McDowell with a nice body shot, though. All right, they break. Back out to center. Let's see if McDowell has anything left. 30 seconds or so. Yeah, McDowell just doesn't look like he's got anything left in the tank. Yo, Babaluite still swinging, though. Oh, let's go, let's go. Ah, clinches up. He's getting tired, too. Yeah, you can see it. They're both tired. Barroom brawling. But, yo, Babaluite is that dude right now. Let's go. Oh, and another drop. Damn. McDowell's been knocked down 5 times in a 3-round fight. This is wild work. All right, and that'll do it, man. Holy shit, good fight. What a nice way to start this thing. Yo, McDowell's he's a dog, though, bro. That's another thing about BKFC is that you see the heart in these guys real quick. Like, if they're not about that life, like, it is very apparent very early. You know what I'm saying? Like, these dudes, if you can't hang in bare knuckle, like, you are out of there. There's nowhere to hide when it comes to this shit. There is nothing to save you. It is 2 hands and the will to fight. And if you ain't got it, you are lunch. So far, so good, though, man. This is looking cool. Yeah, Babaluite with very high numbers on the strikes there. Good accuracy from McDowell, but Babaluite with those knockdowns, boy. And a dapper hat. I like his little hat. Yeah, that is Sergio Pettis. That cup you drank out looks like the piss cups they give you at the hospital. Well, funnily enough, it is from the hospital. It's got the milliliters over here. I keep this cup and I drink out of it all the time for 2 reasons. 1, because it's fucking massive and huge, and I like to drink a lot of liquid. And 2, it always reminds me of my stint in the hospital. So, got to remember to keep yourself healthy. There was a time where I was very sick not too long ago. Very lucky to be on the other side of that. Very grateful for that. So, yeah. Yeah, that's my little hospital souvenir. Speaking of the hospital, I would think that both these guys probably are going after that. Good Lord. Maybe not Babaluite, but he dropped a couple times too. But yeah, I would certainly send McDowell over there just to get checked out, you know? This is what you came for. I agree, man. That was a great fight to start this thing off. All right, keeping an eye out in the crowd for the fight show, guys. Shout out to Garrett. Shout out to Bill. Look at that gash. Yeah, and you know, I think that that's another thing to note here. It's what they were saying on Fight Show, is that this is kind of history in a sense. This is a very big stage. This is the first combat sports event, I believe, or at least bare knuckle combat sports event at the very least, that has taken place at the Wells Fargo Center. Huge venue for BKFC. You can see it's not 100% filled out, but this is a decent sized crowd for the first fight of the night. Yeah. Good action. Man, you see the Vaseline just flying off his head in the slow-mo there. Baba Luize, the genie. What the hell is this? Oh, they've got their own, like, podcast? Bare Knuckles Show with Brian Socia. Yeah, they got their own little podcast going on. All right, maybe we need to link up with this guy. Well, that's certainly a guy with a lot of personality. Yeah, we'll have to see if we can link up with that guy. Socia. BKFC is going out to Newcastle. That's in England. They got a lot of events on the docket for BKFC too. They're growing this thing out. Cody Russell versus Logan Tucker. Why Logan Tucker remind me of one of the Red Hot Chili Peppers? And he's got a Red Hot Chili Peppers tattoo. Bro is Anthony Weedis. Got the little braids going in the back. He really does look like he could be an alternate guitarist. He took over for John Frusciante for a little while. Mayhem Mafia. I'm with it. Beeb, how has work been going for you, my guy? We have missed you on the watch-alongs. Hope that you are doing well at your job. Hopefully it is giving you the money that you need to get that move going if you are still looking to do that. Work's been good. That's what's up, man. Glad to hear it. Hopefully they're treating you all right. Hopefully no one is out there hustling batteries and not washing their hands after they go to the bathroom. Battery Hustler is kind of a dope name, though. Not going to lie. That's like a good producer name. You know, like Lil Jerk, beat produced by Battery Hustler. Someone got fired not that long ago because they threatened to come back and shoot the place up. Whoa. Because they got a write-up for being on the phone. Damn, dude. What a dummy. Bro gets a write-up and then decides to fucking get fired on some dumb shit. I hope he doesn't do it. I mean, shit, bro. In this day and age, man, it's like, got to take those kind of threats seriously. Hopefully they talk to the cops if that's the case. Because, like, Again, obviously you think most times that's going to be some bullshit. They're just talking shit, but people are fucking wild, dude. You work with a lot of wild people. What the fuck is going on at your job, bro? You got dudes hustling batteries like the swap shop. You got guys threatening to shoot the place up. Think he was arrested? I hope so, man. I hope so. How do you think light heavyweight Jalton would do in the current light heavyweight division? IMO beats Pereira. Ooh, spicy take. I think that Jalton Almeida would probably do decently, but I think he would have the same problems that he has at heavyweight, to be perfectly honest. Because if he was going up against Pereira, the wrestling would be there. And we do know that Pereira has the problems with the takedowns. I mean, that is known. But I think that Jalton Almeida is a guy who he's not super durable. And I think that if you have enough power, like some of these light heavyweights have, I think that he probably gets handled on the feet. Could he be taking a lot of these guys down and just smothering them? Potentially. It could be a situation like what happened with Derek Lewis for a couple of these guys, I would think. But I want to believe that a good couple of those guys could negate some of his skill set and give him some pretty big problems on the feet. So, but I say all of that, and Jalton Almeida has just evolved into someone who actually knows how to throw a punch. We just saw that in the last event. So now, if he's actually throwing hands, if he actually learned how to use his stand-up game a little bit more, then maybe new mythical fighter unlocked. Who knows? That could be the case. I don't want to speak too soon on that because it could have just been a fluky one-off kind of thing. But he did get a TKO in that fight, so if he can start throwing hands, Jalton Almeida could be our last greatest hope for a new contender at heavyweight in a sea of nothingness, as I described it on the podcast. Ooh, and a drop already. Tucker goes down. Yo, these BKFC fights are on point tonight so far. Also, if Hamzat and DDP moved up to light heavyweight, how would they do against light heavyweight Jalton? Hamzat is probably going to... I think that Hamzat just gives a problem to everybody, but it's the same thing as any Hamzat fight when it comes to that. I think Jalton actually has a good shot in that fight because I think that he, theoretically at least, could probably weather the first round onslaught from Hamzat. DDP is that dude right now, though, so until I see otherwise, I got to believe that he can beat anybody at any weight. I want to believe he would be a little bit undersized for light heavyweight. I want to believe. He's like 5'10", right? Is he a little bit taller than that, and I'm not giving him enough credit? How tall is DDP? But either way, I think that both of those guys that... Ooh, nice shot from Russell right there. Oh. They're counting that as a knockdown? Oh, they're saying that he was held up by the ropes, so that counts as a knockdown. Damn, 2 knockdowns already. Bro is putting that work in right now. But yeah, I believe that, like, really the extra weight in those circumstances definitely goes in the favor of Jalton. But I think that the skill level kind of favors almost both of those other guys in those scenarios that you just mentioned there. Like, I don't know about Pereira because Pereira is just a freak of nature when it comes to the striking. But Jalton probably has a good shot against Hamzat because he can weather the storm. And Dricus, like I said, Dricus is just... I have not seen any reason to doubt Dricus yet. Like, so weight aside, the extra weight, it's an even fight if both of them are moving. I do think he would be a little bit undersized for light heavyweight, but that might just be me having that in my mind incorrectly. I don't know. Either way, though, damn, that bitch is thick. Ring girl's on point for BKFC. Yeah, I would love to see it though. I'm cool with those guys moving around if that's what they want to do. I've come around to that at this point. I can't stop the flow of progress when it comes to these guys just deciding that they're going to move up and down and all around when it comes to the weight classes. So if they're going to do it anyway, then at least make the best fights. And Jailton Almeida, like I said, I had a lot of hope for him early. Ooh, really nice combo for Russell. Russell doing great in this fight right now. Tucker came out real strong because he knows that he's down in the round right now. Because, yeah, Tucker is throwing, or came out throwing heavy. He's trying to gain some ground back. Oh, and now he landed a nice shot. Might have stunned Russell. Oh, nice counter from Russell, though. This is a good fight. Yo, BKFC is delivering right now. Khamzat will never be able to go 5 rounds. Usman still looked fresh in the third, and Khamzat was gassed as fuck. Yeah, I mean, that's the problem. And that's always going to be the problem with Khamzat. That's why I was so angry at Rob Whittaker in that fight with him and Khamzat. I was like, bro, you know exactly what Khamzat is going to do. You claimed that you trained specifically for his style, and then you go out, and it goes exactly as everybody expected it would go. So it really just takes a fighter. That's why I think Dricus has a great shot against Khamzat. Everybody's talking about, Khamzat versus Dricus is the fight to make. I'm like, yeah, make that fight. Because I think that Dricus is a guy who will be able to adjust to what Khamzat's bringing to the table. I don't think that goes anywhere near how it went for Rob Whittaker. So, I don't know. That's just my 2 cents on it. MMA, anything can happen. Bro, Russell is fucking drilling this dude right now. Another knockdown. Within 2 fights, we have now seen 8 knockdowns. This is fucking wild. Oof. Oh, yo. Russell is just a better boxer. That's the problem right now for Tucker. Mr. fucking Rage Quit. How are you, sir? Or should I call you Mr. fucking Bob Vila? Mr. Norm Abram over here. Woodworking his way to glory in the great country of Norway. If y'all are not aware, Mr. Rage Quit is a master carpenter. What can Mr. Rage Quit not do? The man is making skateboards. He's making chairs. He's fucking starting community gardens in his neighborhood for the betterment of the people. Mr. Rage Quit for president, motherfucker. Dare I say that Mr. Rage Quit would be a better leader than the current leadership of Norway. I think I do. I think I do say that. Shout out to Mr. Rage Quit. Love you, brother. All right, let's see if Russell can finish this fight. That's the only thing that we've been missing so far is some actual finishes in these fights because, I mean, we're only second fight in, but, like, they are really swinging, so I got to believe that somebody's going to be able to finish the fight at some point. Ooh, yo, that's the thing. Russell is just better, bro. Tucker is coming in full guns blazing. Russell is staying calm and composed and just countering nicely. This Russell dude is on point with his boxing. How have I been doing? Great, man. The only thing that's been sucking lately is my energy levels are all over the place and my sleep schedule has been super fucked up. Oh, yeah, you got to end this fight, dude. Yeah, that's it. Fire. There you go, dude. Finish. First finish of the night. And it's this Russell guy who definitely deserves it. Because that dude was on point with his boxing. Bare knuckle boxing. That is how that should go. Very nice, dude. Very nice for Russell. But yeah, you know, the only thing is that like my sleep has been really fucked because what's happening is that I'm getting just enough sleep to be too awake to go back to sleep. And what I mean by that is that I stay up generally 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning. Some nights is normal for me to just be going to sleep. Well, that was a back of the head shot though. Maybe not. I don't know. That looked like a back of the head shot to end it. Anyway, but yeah, I'm up very, very late on weekends, weeknights even. Sometimes I'm up way later than I should be. And that usually isn't a problem because I can still get, 3, 4, 5 hours sleep sometimes, depending on what time I have to wake up the next day. But lately, and almost always, my cat wakes me up at 5 o'clock in the morning on the nose. He's got a biological clock that is up at 5 o'clock no matter what. No matter what time I go to sleep, that dude is up at 5 o'clock. So generally, I am able to go, I feed the cat, do his litter box, whatever, and then I go back to sleep. But lately, I think it's because I've been walking a lot more. I'm really trying to like slim down these last couple of pounds that I got in the stomach. So I want to flatten my stomach out a little bit. And I've been walking a lot more, so I think that the energy might have been coming from that. But for whatever reason, I have not been able to get back to sleep after I wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning. So a lot of days lately, I've been up at 5 o'clock and just up for the entire day. So I get really tired by like 3 o'clock in the afternoon. That's what happened yesterday. I was supposed to be on stream with Chase watching Karate Combat for the entire card. Luckily, I made it for the fights that really mattered, but that is not cool of me to be missing my obligations hanging out with my co-host, So everything else has been going great, man. I'm doing pretty good otherwise, but that has been pretty annoying. And then also part of that actually did work to my favor, though, because I just released a new episode of Yama, which is out on the channel right now, youtube.com/@YamaShow. Make sure you're subscribed if you're new. New episode of the show is out now, and I had a little bit of extra recording that I needed to do, and I really wanted to get it out by the end of the week. Got it out on Friday, but I had to record, so like it worked out good for that because I was up at, like 5 to, I got to jump back in, get some recording done before work started, got the editing done, everything. Like it all worked out how it was supposed to work out, so that was helpful, but still, the sleep schedule has just been bad. Hope that falls in place and that you feel more balanced in the near future. Yeah, I just got to get back to the fucking gym, but finding the time for it is so goddamn hard. Between everything that I'm doing, the podcast on Monday, watch-alongs, fucking, other video content, work, everything. I got a very busy schedule lately. Lack of sleep can mess you up good, no doubt. Yeah, that's really where it's at, like, as far as I'm coming to understand, especially as I get older, too, man. I mean, when I was in my 20s, it didn't seem to matter nearly as much, but now it is tough. Which is another reason why I got to get back into the gym. The gym is the only thing that really gives me energy, aside from energy drinks, and those are terrible. Like I said, I'm on my second energy drink of the day today, which is really bad work. Yeah, busy guy. Working very hard. Trying to make these things happen, man. Trying to up my networking game in 2025. That's been a big thing, big endeavor that I've had this year. Reaching out to other people in the combat sports world. I'd really like to get back into video game streaming if I can do that, but it's with the MMA schedule and the content on there. It's just really, really tough. But in my absence, everybody go over and hang out with VitsKing, VitsKing89 on Twitch. He's streaming games. That's the homie. Generally on Saturdays for UFC, we're watching together. Unfortunately not today, but you can go hang out with him, play some video games. Learning and developing. Yeah, right on. Hey, thank you, sir. Much appreciated. Glad to see that the fucking commands are working. Look at all of that. I didn't even know that I put the hashtags in there. Nice work, Thinker. But yeah, it's all worth it, though. You know what I mean? Getting to hang out with you guys is like my favorite thing. It really is. I love streaming. I was listening to a content creator talking about like his career and like what he enjoys doing and what he doesn't like doing or whatever. And he was like, oh yeah, like I like streaming and chatting and stuff, but like after a couple hours, it gets really tedious. And I'm like, bro, I could fucking hang out on stream like all day, every day. If I like, if there are people to talk to, I am so happy just hanging out like talking fights, gaming, whatever. Like, I love this shit. I would be here all day, every day if I could be. In fact, what I really would like to do at some point, I got to see if I can get a cord long enough. I'll run a cable over to that side and put a camera right over there. And then I could be on stream and chatting with everybody while I'm doing my walking, because that's where the treadmill's at. When you do things basically for yourself and your health that has value as it is, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And I got to like keep reminding myself that a lot. You know what I mean? Because like the grind when it comes to the kind of stuff that I'm doing is very like long, and it's a hard nut to crack. And I do kind of an extreme version of stuff to begin with. You know, my content is not always advertiser friendly. So I think that the algorithm doesn't really fuck with me as much. Obviously, we've had our problems with Twitch. I got kicked off of TikTok. You know what I mean? Like, you know, there's all kinds of hurdles that I'm having to overcome on a regular basis when it comes to what I'm doing. But just hanging with the people who are down with it at this level is already its own value to me. So much appreciated, everybody. I appreciate you all. That's mostly woodworking for you and painting. Bro, I'm so happy that you like found joy in woodworking. That's like, that is such an admirable thing to do. Like, that is like real man shit. And such a underdeveloped skill set in the modern era. You know what I mean? Like, I tend to believe that there are not nearly as many people making things like in that world with their bare hands anymore. And even especially for the way that you're doing it with no power tools, that's wild. Like, that is exceedingly rare, I would think. Which is why when you start doing that stuff and like you create really cool stuff, if you ever did want to sell it, you could probably fetch some pretty decent prices for that stuff. You know, and you're one of those guys that like doesn't like to take money for your stuff, man. You should be out there getting paid, bro. I appreciate doing it for the love because, you know, that is really the reward in and of itself, like you're saying. But with the skill set that you have and the quality of your work, man, you really should be getting some kind of financial reward for it because you deserve it. I used to watch the woodworking show that they had on PBS. So when I used to work my last job, there was a place that I worked at, one of the locations that I worked at, where you would basically come into the shift and you had about 3 hours at the start of every shift that you just didn't do much of anything. Like, you came in, set up what you needed to set up, and then that took about maybe like 25, 30 minutes, maybe 40 minutes if you're moving slow. And then after that, you'd have an immense amount of downtime. And so I would, like, we had a TV in the location and it didn't have cable. So like, it was just basic television, you know, like the public access channels or whatever. So I would kind of just flip around and catch whatever I would catch on there. Ended up watching a whole lot of like old school TV, like Matlock, you know, that kind of shit. Like Murder, She Wrote, you know, those kind of shows. But one of the channels was the local PBS affiliate. It's our public broadcasting service here in the United States. And they would have a woodworking show on there. And I fucking was so fascinated by that shit, dude. I would sit there and just like really dig in on that shit. Like I would really like, I'd be like, man, like, how's he going to do that? You know what I mean? Like I was like getting like cerebral about it. Like what jig is he going to use? Like what drill bit? Like, I love that one bit that you have that does like circles. It's got like the pointy part in the middle, and then it like has the it's kind of like fat around the sides. It's got like the three points and the it almost looks like a trident, but like a fat trident, and like it spins around real fast and it makes circles. I always loved that one. That was the one I liked the most. This is how you know I fucked with it heavy, because I have a favorite drill bit. You're one of those weirdos that think you have enough, and appreciate that. Hey, dude, you know, then that is its own reward for sure, dude. And you're very, you're too humble. But you know, if you're happy, then I'm happy. I'm happy for you. Again, I wish that you had more ambitions, because I really do think that you would be a good president of Norway. Like, you could be the legit leader of your entire country. I'd put in an absentee vote for you. I'll gain Norwegian citizenship just to vote for you. Then you and Durek, you could get really close. Shout out to Durek, man. How's he doing? How has Durek been? I haven't talked to him lately. Haven't heard from Durek lately. Oh, man. Durek is that dude. Showing Mike Perry's greatest hits over here on BKFC right now. Yeah, no Mike Perry on this one, unfortunately. That sucks. Mike Perry, Florida legend. You remember a guy named Tim the Toolman or something? That was on the show Home Improvement. That was a sitcom. So that was a fictional character on a fictional television show. But, oh, Conor McGregor doing his walkout. Crowd's going wild for Conor. Coming out to welcome to the jungle. Yeah, crowd's on their feet for Conor. Getting a hero's welcome here. United States don't care about no civil case. Still pretty popular, regardless of some troubles back home in Ireland. But yeah, Tim the Toolman Taylor. That was on Home Improvement, which was a show. He was a television like builder tool guy in the show. He had a show within the show. That was back in the 90s. A long time ago now, it feels like. They're in trouble marketing with the princess title, not allowed in this kingdom. Oh, what a surprise. Yo, that little princess is quite a problem for the royals over there. Like, are they like in trouble? Like, what's the fallout there? Is she still in the royal family? Has she been excommunicated? Is she excommunicado, like in John Wick? Hey, Dave Feldman, the Dana White of BKFC. Apparently, acquaintances of the Fight Show guys from back in the day. That's the thing. She gave up the title, but still uses it to make money. Oh, well then. So she says she's no longer the princess, but she's still billing herself as the princess. Yeah. So like, what's the repercussions from that? Like, what are they going to do about that? Like, is there a legitimate chance that the former princess of your country is going to possibly have to do some jail time because she is in literal bed with the charlatan shaman? Bro, that story is wild, dude. I'm so glad that, like, we had that. I got to do more work on the secondary channel. That's another thing I want to beef up in 2025. I have like 3 videos that I want to do on that channel, and I just haven't like sat down to do them yet. But I have like a couple videos that I have in mind that I'd really want to do on that channel. And that's, honestly, I think that the secondary channel is kind of my last best hope at like actually gaining a little bit of like exposure, because it's the only channel that I have that's not extreme. You know what I mean? It's like more like regular content. And I got a decent little couple of subscribers on there, amazingly. It's small, but, you know, it's not nothing. More every day, it feels like. So trouble with banks and loans, all about the money? Yeah. It would be wild if she had to do some jail time, though. Honestly, I'm not so into the whole case, but the king can always pardon people. Well, I mean, the king probably isn't too happy with her either, though, right? I mean, the king is the one that's saying, yo, you shouldn't have been with this guy in the first place. For anybody who's listening to this who doesn't know what the fuck we're talking about, in Norway, the Princess of Norway got into a relationship and is now married to a dude from the United States who is a serious crazy character. If you go over to my secondary channel, it's Thinker St. James on YouTube. Thinker St. James. I think if you search Thinker St. James, it should pop up. But there's a whole video going over this guy. Durek Verrett is his name. And he's like a shaman, but he's one of these like faith healers kind of guys who has like all of these like energy healing methods and stuff like that. And so the Princess of Norway married this guy, and basically like the entire family is not happy with her. So what Mr. Ragequid is catching me up on is the current lore going on over there. And essentially it seems like she's continuing to fuck up out of the royal family, but still using her title as princess for marketing purposes, which apparently is illegal in the country. So kind of a wild thing, because that was the whole deal. Like she and Durek started doing like the faith healing stuff together, and she was using her title as princess to sell her snake oil. So not a great look for La Princesa. Yo, checkmate! On the ground checking in, my brother. How's the show? Dude, you've been seeing some great fights. Can't hear shit? I understand. I understand. Well, thank you very much for checking in, bro. 2 thumbs up. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, good fights. Yeah, those first 2 fights were fucking dope, dude. Really, really good. But yeah, Checkmate Entertainment is on the ground. I'm still looking for him in the crowd, trying to point him out, trying to catch him. Him and Bill Bookwolder. Shout out to both those guys, dude. Doing it big, bro. Out here on the ground at BKFC. How dope is that? The Netflix show of their wedding has some issues, and they owe a lot of money for the wedding. They had a Netflix show about their wedding? Well, shit, dude, how did I not know about that? Maybe I should do some follow-up content about this. Is it like a series or is it like a special? Uh-oh. Walking out to Red Hot Chili Peppers. Already down a point. They're doing an in-arena interview with Taylor Starling right now when she is fighting later tonight. That's a little weird. Weird little slapback issues going on with the microphone. Looks like a really good turnout for this event, though. I mean, I'm looking up in the rafters, you know, it might not be sold out, you know, with like, you can see that there's a lot of open seats up in the top, but like that lower bowl is filled. Oh, it's not out yet. Maybe it won't get aired. Got you. Got you. Okay. All right. I'll have to keep an eye out for that. If I hear about that, I will definitely try to check that out. But yeah, that's, man, what a crazy story over there. This is what happens when the elites, as you class them, you know, they're running unchecked. They're running wild out there in the Kingdom of Norway. Unfortunate, but I guess that is what it is, right? Dave Mundell, Tampa man. Yeah, if BKFC comes back to Tampa, is what he's saying. I guess that they have a Tampa show booked. I might try to go out to that. You can try to remember to send a link if it comes out. Yeah, please do. Please do. I would definitely want to check that out. Oh, they're claiming they sold out. I'm like, press X to doubt on that one. But either way, still, the turnout looks really, really good. Honestly, so far, aside from that one little issue with the graphics, this has been a pretty solid presentation for BKFC. Bucked up energy drink. Get bucked up, get bucked up. Good times so far at BKFC. So, in the main event, Eddie Alvarez is a slight underdog, which I was like, I will take Eddie Alvarez on dog money, bro. Plus money, Eddie Alvarez, that is certainly something I would jump on. So I did. And as I had mentioned earlier in the stream, the parlay that we got going on, and I was happy to see that BKFC was on my book. The parlay that we are running with right now is Eddie Alvarez, Johnny Garbarino, minus 2,000. He better win that fight. And Beck Rawlings, who is a minus 220. So Alvarez at plus 145, I was like, I'll roll with that. Rowdy Boy Savage, are you putting up the fights or not? Don't care about your bets? Nah, bro. Unfortunately, that would get me taken down off of every streaming platform that I am on. So, sorry about that, my guy. But there are ways. There are ways. Sorry, my man. It is what it is, though. You know what I mean? I can't, that is out of my control, unfortunately. I would suggest hitting ! Discord and talking to some of the fine folks in there. They might be able to point you in the right streaming outlet, you know, somewhere that you can find that legitimately. Either way, thanks for stopping by. Hope you're able to watch the fights. Hey, Chi Wee Wee, DJ Ray Ray. Thank you very much for following. Much appreciated. Welcome. Is there an average on how many years bare knuckle fighters do fight? Pretty hard stuff. Well, it's kind of a little bit hard to quantify because a lot of these guys are not fighting bare knuckle exclusively. And some of these guys start off in other organizations and then come over to bare knuckle. So it's a little bit all over the place. Bare knuckle is kind of one of those deals that it's different for every fighter. It's not really like a traditional fighting path, not a traditional combat sports path, I would say. But we do have a lot of guys like that are now starting off in bare knuckle, it would seem, or at least maybe started off in traditional boxing, and this is their debut to a larger audience in the sense that bare knuckle has a fan base that is not necessarily the same as traditional boxing, I would say. So the lifespan is a little bit hard to say. It's different for every fighter. It's different for every weight class as well. I would say that the heavyweights probably have a longer fight span or a lifespan than the smaller guys. You know, they hit harder, a little bit slower, but that's okay at heavyweight. So a little bit hard to say on that one. Either way, combat sports careers are generally not super, super long. I would say that your max cap, depending on when you start off, is probably going to be around maybe 20 to 25 years. And that's kind of pushing it. Like if you start off making your debut in your like mid-20s, then, you know, about 20 years, if you really push it, is probably your cap, your upper limit. Average is probably going to be more like 15. Rick Allen, I'm not going to be wearing gloves when I find you either, bro. Better be ready. All right. Hey, you want to go bare knuckle? We can go bare knuckle. We can go BKFC. You just got to be ready for these hands, bro. You got to be ready for the onslaught. I'm telling you, dude. Airport style, brother. One lands, the other takes off. This one and this one coming after you. What are you going to do when Thinkermania runs wild on you? FXS, is it live? It is live right now. Yes, indeed it is. Knucklemania 5 is live currently. Unfortunately, as I was just telling Rowdy Boy Savage, I am not able to air these fights myself. I would get kicked off of every streaming platform that I am broadcasting to, unfortunately. So that is what it is. If you hit !Discord, you join the Discord, talk to some of the guys in there. They might be able to point you in the right direction as to where you can find the fights legally. But I make no promises on that. 20 to 25 years fighting? Damn, you're totally blank on this. How many fights do they have in a year? Is it like every Friday or Saturday? No. Generally, fighters are fighting at most like 2 to 3 times a year. If they're fighting more than 3 times a year, they are very, very active. Some fighters will maybe try to get 4 fights in a year. That's exceedingly rare. But yeah, and when I say 20 to 25 years, that's like at the upper limits, and you have to start early on. I mean, you if you're starting like your professional career at like 23, then yeah, like 20 years is probably like you could probably make that, because there are guys in their 40s fighting still. But like average, I would say, is more like maybe 15 to 18 is probably accurate for that. 20 to 25 is definitely pushing it. You're getting kicked off the streaming platforms because of your face and what you look like. That's the reason. Got you, brother. Thank you very much for that. This beautiful face somehow still attractive to your mother, bro. I don't know what it is. Maybe your mom just has bad taste. What can I say, dude? Maybe it's just because I'm a tender and gentle lover. I don't know the reason. All I know, I like Canada. Oh, Canada indeed. I'm putting the O in O Canada every time that I meet up with your mother. All right. Cara Kappa and Norman are going at it right now, and they are swinging. Yo, these BKFC fights have been fucking great so far, by the way. Like, off the bat, I'm sitting here talking about my tender and loving relationship with Rick Allen's mother, completely ignoring that we have a really good fight going on right now. They're clinching up a hell of a lot, though. Been doing your own mom inbred, just admit it. All right. I am from Florida, but not North Florida. Florida is a state where the more south you go, the more northern it gets. The more north you go, the more southern it gets. That makes sense. You did a whole fighting career from 18 to 24. My man. You never went pro, though, did you, Rage Quit? If there is boxing footage of Mr. Rage Quit, you need to send that to me. If you have any fight footage, I need that. Jack motherfucking Director, how are you, sir? Feels like it's been forever. Miss you, brother. Oh, if only Vitz King was here right now. He's been missing you. How the hell are you, Jack? I saw you on the podcast. We were in the middle of the podcast, so I couldn't give you the proper greeting. I hope that you're okay out there in California, my guy. Please tell me that you are doing all right with all of the terrible weather conditions you guys are having out there. I was worried about you, actually. When we were watching 311 over there at the Intuit Dome out there in Inglewood, I was like, man, I hope my dude Jack Director's okay. Did you go? Did you go to 311? Eddie Alvarez and Jeremy Stevens have to be living in a personal hell. They can't escape Connor. He was at the damn conference. Yo, Jack, you ain't lying, bro. I forgot about that aspect of it, too. I was talking about Eddie Alvarez in that situation with Connor, but Jeremy Stevens arguably got the worst of it, and he didn't even have to fight him. Jeremy Stevens was on the wrong end of one of the greatest memes in combat sports. Oh, man, how did that slip my mind? Working. Hey, I'm glad you're working, though, brother. You're in Inglewood. You're good, but it's getting better. Hey, great to hear. Very glad to hear that. Hell, ooh, yo, Norman is laying some heavy shots on here. Yeah, they're just clinching up a lot in this fight. These guys are getting a little clinch heavy because they are throwing hard. Ooh, nice from Karakappa. Yo, these BKFC fights are seriously legit tonight. I'm actually very impressed by the quality of these fights. But yo, Jack, really, really glad to hear that you're doing well, man. Hope everything property-wise as well. You know, I was waiting to hear back from you in general just to make sure that you were safe out there with all that. So glad that you're doing well. Glad you're working. Good to hear that everything's going all right with that. Good stuff, man. No, just in bars. Luckily, not many camera phones back in the days. Yo, hey, Rage Quit. We came from an era where we got very lucky with all the dumb shit we used to do as kids, you know? I think about that often. The amount of trouble that will stick with you for the rest of your life as a youngster nowadays is like so crazy compared to the shit we were doing that no one will ever know about. Chase is saying they're pretty good fights too. Oh yeah. Hey, Chase is watching as well. That's what's up. Yeah, shout out to Chase. Was hanging out with him a little bit on his stream. Oh, drop for Karakappa. Norman goes down. I was thinking Norman was doing better in this fight, but he goes down. We have had drops in every single fight so far. Oh, another. Oh, he overswang. I thought he got clipped. Nice. Yeah, so far so good here. 312 is garbage. Yeah, we were talking about that a little bit on the podcast actually as well. Yeah, 311 is not great. As far as name recognition goes, 311 still has the potential to be a good card. Like, I think that the fights will probably be pretty decent, but yeah, as far as name value goes, when the most impressive fight on the card is Zhang Weilei versus Tatiana Suarez, yeah, that's not necessarily screaming pay-per-view value, I would say. So I would tend to agree with you on that, Rick Allen. But I think it'll still be good though. Connor looks so bad now, man. Somebody has to get in his ear and tell him to chill out. Please do a video on that and the weird Paul brothers interaction. I mean, I kind of did a little bit of I've talked about that in videos in the past. Yeah, one of the Yama episodes I did had a segment about Connor. It was after he did that interview for the Roadhouse movie where he's all twitching and stuff. Yeah, he's not looking great, but he's still standing. He's still doing his thing. What can I say? I don't know if it's like, if there's any like specific thing that is video worthy. I mean, bro, also the other thing you got to remember is I just did a 3.5 hour video covering the Connor civil trial. So I don't want to oversaturate the channel with Connor content. Like my original thing with Yama, back when I very first started Yama, I was going to intentionally not ever talk about Connor, like as like a point, like, cause I remembered, taking a page out of the OG Goats of YouTube, Rhett and Link's book. They had a rule for whatever reason. I don't really even know why they had it, but, they had a rule that they were never going to talk about Justin Bieber on their show. And I was like, it would be kind of funny if I had an MMA channel and just never ever talked about Connor, which would kind of be like a little in-joke for me. But I mean, it's just it's too much to not talk about. You know what I'm saying? But if there is something crazy that happens with Connor specifically, I'll make a video about that. Watch it end up being one of the best cards of the year in some weird way. Oh yeah, dude, that's the thing about it, is that it has the potential to be one of the best cards of the year. Every card has the potential to be one of the best of the year. I got to see UFC Tampa live. That turned out to be one of the best cards of the year, with some very weird moments in the middle. At least in the building. I don't think on the broadcast it really translated to how it felt in the building. There was some weird energy in the middle of that card. But anyway, the point is, though, is that, yeah, 312 certainly has the potential to be great. It's just the names. That's the problem. And the thing that people have been saying about that is that it still could be great as a fight night. Strip away the title fights, put in... They could have swapped out Izzy and Nasruddin Imavov into the main event of that and made that a fight night. Like, that did not have to be a pay-per-view. And now all of those Australians in Sydney are having to pay pay-per-view prices when it's really just a fight night card. And fight nights themselves are already expensive. I couldn't imagine how much it's going to cost for pay-per-view tickets. Fucking tickets for 301 or 299, whichever one that was in Miami. Granted, it's Miami money, so it's going to be a little inflated. But rafter nosebleed tickets for... It was Sean O'Malley and Cheeto, the rematch, that card, whichever one that was. Nosebleed tickets for that were like in the 300 range. And that's without fees and all that. So you're paying almost $400 for a ticket to an event in Miami to sit up in the nosebleeds. Imagine that in Sydney, Australia. You know, their biggest city. They're going to be paying through the nose to see fucking Jimmy Crute. You know what I'm saying? Like, does not compute. Andy, what's going on, brother? Almost didn't see you in there. How'd you like the Bro, these fights are great. I am not lying. These fights have been very entertaining. I didn't realize this was a 5-round fight. Yeah, this is a 5-rounder here. Oh, yeah, point deductions in that last round, too. Kind of an interesting fight going on here. Connor might be on fentanyl now, dipping his cocaine in fentanyl. What would give you that impression? Fentanyl is that's some heavy shit. I don't think he would be intentionally doing that. Ooh. Yo, Caracappa putting that work in. Oh, hey. Oh, yo. Norman just fucked himself. Damn, dude. Norman just got DQ'd. That's wild, bro. Why the fuck did he do that? So what happened just now in this fight, Norman versus Caracappa, they were clinched up and the referee was breaking them up and Norman basically just cheap shotted him. And I guess he had gotten a point deduction for that in the previous round. I was kind of chatting through that. I didn't see what actually happened there, but That's wild, bro. What the fuck did he do that for? Oh, and now Caracappa's getting pissed off. Controversy. Controversy going down here. Rage and intrigue at the BKFC Knucklemania event. Yeah, Norman's an idiot. Why the fuck did he do that? Yeah, that's wild, man. Never got to ask you about Colby after UFC Tampa, but do you think he ever fights again? Yeah, I think Colby will probably fight again. He doesn't seem like he wants to retire for whatever reason. There's no reason that he can't get booked for lower level fights. But does he ever challenge for the title or anything like that again? No. Colby is washed. Colby looked slow as fuck live, dude. Let me tell you something. That was one of the things, like, in the building. That's a big note that I had. If you go back and watch some of the streams that I did, where I talked about the event, like I did a rewatch of it after the live, like the Sunday after it. That's one of the big notes that I had from it is, for anybody who's never seen MMA live, it is the speed that you see on screen is a lot different than how it feels in person. Like, I watched it back, and Colby didn't look like he was moving that bad. You could tell he was definitely a step behind Buckley in that fight, but, like, it looked like he was moving okay. But in person, from the angle that we were at least, he looked like he was in molasses, dude. He was moving so slow from, like, almost the start of the fight. So, yeah, dude's telling him to suck his dick. Yo, Caracappa's like, yeah, suck my dick, bitch. Yeah, Caracappa jawing at the corners and stuff, yo. Yeah. Shock and intrigue. Rage going on at BKFC. This shit's wild, man. But yeah, Norman's a dummy. And yeah, Caracappa was laying it on too. So, I mean, good for him to get the win either way. But yeah, this Norman dude. Get the fuck out of here, bro. And the referee warns you and you still do it anyway? What a dork. But as always, once again, can't say it enough. Thank you guys for hanging out with me tonight. Appreciate all of you. If you are not aware, there is a new episode of the show that I do called Yama. It is on my channel, which is also called Yama, yelling about mixed martial arts. That's at Yama Show on YouTube. YouTube.com/@Yama Show. YAMMA Show. If you are new, make sure that you hit that subscribe button. Helps me out greatly. Getting the content out to more crazy people like yourselves. If you enjoy the video, make sure you hit that like button. That also helps greatly. Leave a comment in the comment section. You know all the YouTube bullshit. I don't have to tell you this stuff. Help your boy out. Support the channel. Appreciate you guys. Hey, Rowdy Boy Savage, thank you for sticking around. Appreciate you, bro. And I believe... Oh, I guess maybe nobody did hit the Discord link. !Discord if you're still in need of some support as far as your streaming journey goes. Appreciate you, though, bro. Thanks for hanging out. That Dana Metaverse video. Yo, thank you for watching that one. That one didn't get much love. I put a lot of effort into editing that one. that one took a lot because it was a long stream that I had to edit down, and it's still long. I understand it's like a long, like it's a in-depth video on it, and it really is just a lot of me ranting and raving about the state of social media and like big tech and how it influences our day-to-day lives now. But I'm proud of that video, so thank you for checking that one out. I appreciate it. Swear if you ever meet him, you're going to show him my channel. No. Uncle Dana's going to hunt me down, bro. Honestly, that video, though, is not really that bad about Dana, though. I don't really go hard on Dana in that video. That video is more about, like, all of the stuff surrounding him. Because I even defended him in the video when it came to the whole quote-unquote spousal abuse thing. You know, and you can have your own feelings about that. I mean, I watched it back. I thought I was pretty fair about how I described it. I would think that there's going to be some fucking, you know, lefty people who are going to be like, he was defending domestic abuse. Cancel Yama. Get some Cancel Yama shirts going. Go mail those out to all you fine folks who fuck with me. Hey, Rowdy Boy Savage, thank you very much for following, bro. Appreciate you. Chi-wee-wee indeed. Unfortunately, you cannot hear the chi-wee-wees right now, but they are there. Trust me. The real chi-wee-wee is in the heart. But thanks for following, bro. Appreciate you. But yeah, you know, so I mean, like, Dana's really not the focus of that video. You know what I mean? It's really more about me going in on Elon Glazers. Like, that's the thing too. It's not even really about any one specific person. It's about the culture of big tech and how social media has, like, influenced the narratives when it comes to political discourse and stuff like that. It's kind of a weighty topic. So I was I was on the fence about if I even really wanted to put it out as a video, because it's like more political than I usually go on the channel. But I don't know. I felt like I had strong opinions about it. So either way, thank you very much for watching that one, though. I appreciate the support on that. Maybe it's more like, all right. Yeah, I don't know even how that started. You know, I think how that started, Rage Quit, is just because it's like, I wanted something that I could say easily during the transition to make sure that it goes from, like, the start screen to the actual, like, scene that you need to be in for the podcast to, like, be on correctly. So I'm just, like, in the middle of clicking buttons and I'm like, okie dokie. Well, here we are. Okay, we're on the show. And then I just stuck with it. You're going to show him the ones where I call him out? Do I really call Dana out that much? I do. I guess I do a little bit. Don't show him any of the ones about fighter pay. That's where it's at. That's where it's at. Those are going to be the ones that he really won't like. Cancel Yama shirt with Vitz on the back of the shirt having all the fighters he talked about. I'm going to tell him about that, dude. Yo, that would be fucking dope as hell. Virna Janjadoba. Fucking Damon Jackson. That fucking one dude from the Contender series who looks like Eddie Guerrero. Denise Gomes. I can name them all. Vince King has a list of fighters that are going to really hurt him when they see him in person. Oh, shout out to the Vince King. I like that idea, though. Savvy, will you be streaming the fights? Bro, unfortunately, I cannot stream the fights live on these outlets. I will get taken down, so I cannot do that. I apologize for that. A lot of people have been asking for links. I cannot do it, but if you hit !Discord, a lot of good people in the Discord might be able to help you out, get you to somewhere where you'll be able to legally watch these streams. So I apologize, my man. It is not my choice. Not my choice. But thank you for checking in. And if you enjoy MMA and combat sports content, we do watch-alongs for a whole bunch of different stuff on this channel. So if you have access to UFC content, we live stream watch-alongs for every UFC event, pretty much. With very, very rare exception. So pretty much every Saturday we're doing some kind of watch along on this channel. But I apologize about the link situation. That is out of my control. I need to get Thinker up and running so he gets licenses to show the fights. Bro, I wish. That would be so fucking dope. Um, all good. Hey, Savvy, thank you, bro. Oh, there you go. Chi Wee Wee, my man. See if I can get you the additional Chi Wee Wee. Mute this for a second. Where's the additional? Give me the Chi Wee Wee. No additional Chi Wee Wee? The one time that I mute? Come on, bro. I'm going to mute it again, and it's going to... Oh, nice knockdown already. All right. Sadly, you get no additional Chi Wee Wee, but again, the real Chi Wee Wee is from the heart. So much appreciated, my man. Thank you for following. And like I said, we're on for watch-alongs for a whole bunch of stuff. So much appreciated. Welcome to the Hive. God forbid, do you ever think we'll see BJ Penn at a BKFC event fighting? No. I don't think that there's a commission in the United States that would sanction BJ Penn to fight again. I think BJ Penn has finally figured out that it's time to not be fighting anymore. You know, I think that he was trying to do the political stuff. Apparently, BJ Penn tried to run for governor of Hawaii and got seriously beaten really bad. So I felt kind of bad for him on that one. But yeah, I think BJ Penn is on the other side of his combat sports career, thankfully. Thankfully for him. Tony Ferguson, on the other hand, welcome to the GFL. What the fuck? Why is that real? We're watching the PFL, the GFL. We're watching the GFL draft saying Tony Ferguson has been signed. Please don't draft him. What do? Draft him immediately. How is this reality? I feel like that fucking kid from the meme back in the day. Is this real life? Hold on, brother. He's fighting. God. Yes. Yes, indeed, I suppose. Base Tony. The fact that we live in a reality where Tony Ferguson versus Dylan Dennis is a serious possibility. Oh my God. Who was it? Kevin Lee. Kevin Lee called out Tony Ferguson. Do you understand how crazy life is right now? We're living in a bizarro world, and I'm just existing, bro. I'm along for the ride. You know what I mean? I love it. This is why I cover MMA, bro. It is the craziest shit. It is just so much weird shit going on at all times. Sometimes very fun, sometimes very crazy, sometimes very dark. I cover a lot of that as well. You know? You get everything when it comes to combat sports. That is one of the people ask, why do you cover combat sports? What do you like about it so much? It's yeah, I love the fighting, of course. There's nothing like seeing two people going hand to hand in combat, seeing who the better competitor is. You know, no bells, no whistles, no bats, no balls, just fucking two guys, two hands, and the will to fight. That in and of itself is the draw. But I think that the bigger draw when it comes to combat sports and why I resonate with it so much is that it is the greatest encapsulation of humanity that you're ever going to see. It is the entire spectrum of the human existence in sport. The highest of the highs, the funniest of the funniest, with the lowest and the darkest of the lows. Ooh, yo! Thompson with the knockout! Bro, these BKFC fights have been dope as shit. Bro just went down heavy. Bro just went down heavy. Golly, that was a knockout. Let's go, dude. Let's fucking go. Boom. Boom. That's the one. Left hook, Larry. Let's go, dude. Bam. Yeah, the real time is crazy. He goes down. Yeah, you see the stick. And then he just wobble, 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 and down goes Frazier. Banger. That was really nice. Yeah, Big KO is right, my dude. Has Dave Feldman out of his chair. Yeah, nice stuff. You know, one of the things that I got to give some credit on this card for is that you think that a lot of this is going to just be two guys wildly swinging away. And sometimes it is, right? I mean, you know, barroom brawl style. But I have to say that there is actually some decent technique going on as well. They're talking about how this dude, Thompson, just like set up the shot. He was baiting him in, trying to wait for the right shot. That's legitimate boxing. So good to see. You know, if you can actually have like some legitimate skill on top of your barroom brawling, all the better. How about it? I like it. So far, I am very impressed by this BKFC card. I am impressed by this presentation. And a nice handshake to show good sportsmanship after that bullshit in the last fight. And that dude's chest tattoo is why he should have been knocked out in the first place. That is almost on par with Jamal Hill's chest tattoo. Beast Within. In terrible script. That is awful. Travis Thompson is the dude who got the knockout just now, and that is legit. Oh, keeping an eye on the crowd for the fight show guys. Didn't see him there. But shout out to the fight show guys, man. Checkmate Entertainment out there on the ground in Philly right now, checking these fights out live. Good times. That is wild to have your children in attendance at a bare knuckle boxing event. That's a real fight person right there. I'm going to show the kids what real fighting is like. No gloves, no nonsense. You know, these guys really bring the reality to career day. What does your daddy do? Well, he goes into a ring and he annihilates his opponents. He punches people until they go unconscious. It's a living. Hey, Julian Lane coming back. I remember that Julian Lane is over in BKFC. I wonder how he's been doing in BKFC. I don't know what his record is. The other dads have to follow that. Yeah, exactly. I am what's called a forensic accountant. And what that means is that I go into people's bookkeeping. My dad could fuck your dad up. I am a homeopathic healer. You got like other dads that are like still cool jobs, but like not that extreme. It's like, my dad's a fireman. Oh yeah? That's cool. And like under normal circumstances, a fireman is fucking dope, right? I mean, like that is a cool dad job. Anybody would be happy to have a dad who's a fireman. Let's see what Julian Lane's record is looking like in BKFC. Stipe's kids win? Yeah, hell yeah. Well, that's a fireman. That's the best of both worlds right there, you know? Your dad's a fireman? Well, my dad fights in a ring. Oh yeah? So does mine. Oh, no shit, dude. So Julian Lane, he lost his debut in bare knuckle, but after that, he has been on a 4-fight win streak with 1 fight outside of BKFC. So he had 1 fight in Caged Thunder, which I'm fairly certain is an MMA outfit. And in BKFC, he is 3-1 in his last 4. So Julian Lane doing some work, and he is booked for a fight coming up. If you are a fan of bare knuckle, watch Let Me Bang, bro. Go out there and bang, bro. Good to see him still doing stuff, though. That is why I'm happy with these other organizations in general. I am fine with these other organizations out there. Everybody likes to talk shit. This is something about combat sports fans that needs to be checked. All these guys like to talk shit about dudes who are in the UFC and then go fight somewhere else. It's like, oh yeah, you're not in the UFC anymore. It's like, yeah, so okay, fine. Maybe they weren't necessarily made out for the UFC, but Mike Perry is a great example of a dude who goes out to another organization and makes a great name for himself. Sometimes you got to get in where you fit in. The UFC is not the end-all be-all when it comes to combat sports. That's why we cover so much of this shit on the podcast. Last Week's Fights is the name of that podcast right here on the channel. Monday nights. Tune in. But it just bothers me. I don't like that mentality with people. If you're not in the UFC, you're not a real fighter. It's shut the fuck up with that shit. That's that's casual shit right there. Yeah, exactly. Good to see him and Mike find a lane. It's exactly it. Rodney, did Johnny Garbarino fight yet? No, he has not. Johnny Garbarino is a minus 2,000 favorite on this card. I saw him on Fight Show. He did an interview with my boys over there. Seems like a really great guy, so I have him on the parlay. He has not fought yet. He should be coming up probably soon, I would think. I think it might be the fight after this one. Right now, Myers coming into the ring. Yeah, right now we got Montanez and Meyer. So I think it's the fight after this one, I believe. That's your cousin? Oh, that's what's up, man. Apparently he's a bit of a beast, so your cousin's kind of cool, bro. It seems like a great guy. That's what I was saying too, man. Any fight stuff aside, he was a really just genuinely down to earth guy. Seemed like a really salt of the earth individual. So, nothing but respect for Garbarino, man. A lot of times these guys, even if they are good guys underneath it, if they're selling a fight, they'll try to play it up a little bit in interviews for the camera and stuff. He was just a really cool dude. He seemed like the exact kind of guy that, you'd be chill with, you go out, you hang out with him. He seems like he's a real, he's not a start shit kind of guy. Don't start shit, finish shit kind of guy. I was like, all right, I'm totally cool with this guy. Seemed like a really good dude. So I am certainly pulling for him. And as a minus 2,000, he needs to go out here and fucking take care of business for real. Because that would be very wild if he did not. But that's not going to happen. Yeah, cool. I will keep you posted on his fight if you stick around, Mr. Rodney. And welcome. Thank you very much for hanging out. This Meyer dude has a star shaved into the side of his head. He's got his name tattooed on his chest with, I guess, an image behind the name. The chest piece is actually not bad. Not gonna lie. Kind of like it. Kind of fucking with it. He does look like a bit of a maniac. Oh, screaming. He looks like a mini Mike Perry. He's like smaller Mike Perry. Will he be able to live up to the craziness that he is portraying? We're going to find out here in a minute. Zed Montanez is his opponent. Local guy. So, Rodney, are you also local to the Philadelphia area? Because Mr. Garbarino was very proud of his Philadelphia roots. You know, good for him. He's a good representative of the city of brotherly love. And I know a lot of Philly guys are that way. You ever run into a Philadelphia born and bred person, they generally take great pride in that. See a lot of Eagles merchandise around, a lot of apparel. Not anymore. You live in LA now, but from South Philly? That's what's up. Shout out to LA. Hope you're doing okay out there with all of this, stuff that's been going on out there and whatnot. Hope your property is okay. You could link up with Jack Director. He's out in Inglewood. Making friends in the chat. Did Kara Kappa fight yet? Yes. Jixro. Yes, he did. He won his fight by disqualification because his opponent was a fucking moron. His opponent decided to swing during the clinch breaks, which is not legal. And he ended up getting disqualified. So not the greatest way to win a fight for him. Oh, damn. That was a heavy shot that Meyer just landed. But yeah, Karakappa did win. Had to be held back after the fight because he was pissed off at how his opponent was fighting, with good reason, I think. But a win nonetheless. Ooh, nice hands from Montanez. You're in Glendale. Thankfully, dodged the fires. Glad to hear it, brother. Glad to hear it. Hey, thank you very much to Jixro for following. Chi-wee-wee to you, sir. Do you think he was winning before the disqualification? Absolutely. Although I think that there was a point deduction on both sides, if I'm not mistaken. I have to go back and rewatch that one to get like a full understanding of what happened all over there. Oh, and Rodney too. Thank you very much. Appreciate all of you guys tonight. Yo, welcome everybody, man. Great turnout tonight for Knucklemania. Appreciate all you. But yes, I do think he was winning before the disqualification. I think that's what was ended up happening. Is that Norman, who he was fighting, was getting frustrated. Because he was swinging really heavy. And, he was swinging really heavy and from far outside. Like, he was loading up shots at far distance, and they weren't landing. So I think he started getting a little frustrated by it. Are you going to be able to show the fights? You're in Olive Garden right now? Sorry, my guy. Everybody's been asking for links. I apologize, everybody. I cannot show the fights. If I show the fights on screen, I'm going to get kicked off of the platform that you're watching on. So I apologize for that. What I will say is that if you hit ! Discord, that will get you the link to the Discord server. That is the MMA Hive. Bunch of good people in the MMA Hive might be able to help you out a little bit better than I can help you out right now. So, ! Discord, get you the link. Oh! Yo! Damn! Meyer just knocked him the fuck out, bro. That was heavy. Oh! Yeah, they're hearing that one in the Olive Garden now. Yo, Olive Garden. Meyer just got knocked the fuck. Oh, no. Meyer's knocked the fuck out of Montanez. My bad. Yeah, Meyer just caught a body. Holy shit. I'm sorry, Olive Garden. I'm sorry. I know that when I'm there, I'm family. Got to treat my family better, but shouldn't be so wild in the Olive Garden. Bro is getting rowdy in the Olive Garden right now. Yes, Jixro, thank you for hitting the Discord. There is the link. That should be active. That should be working. God, I hope so, considering the amount of times I had to fix that thing. We are turning up at the Olive Garden right now. Let's go. Unlimited breadsticks and unlimited hands. Endless soup, salad, and knuckle sandwiches. I'm sorry, Rodney. I'm sorry. I apologize. It reminds me of one of my favorite lines from Cameron. Next stop, start trouble inside the Waffle House. That is from the song Wet Wipes. Classic Cameron track from back in the day. Shout out to Killer Cam. Yo, I am hype as fuck off of that knockout, though. Yo, this Meyer dude, he laid him the fuck out. Good Lord. That was a body for real. Talk about catching a body. That is legit right there. That is how that looks. Whew. What? Yo, and this Meyer dude is laying it down on the microphone. Bro's got promo skills. Oh, and he was the dog, too. That's what he's saying. He's not a B-side fighter. He's one of the best bare-knuckle fighters in the world, he says. And after a knockout like that, I mean, what can you really say? What can you really say? His opponent can't say anything. Let's fucking go. Bro, look, tune in on Monday. You'll get my full thoughts on it, but you're hearing it right now. I am very impressed by these bare-knuckle fights tonight. These have been really good. Yeah, Mick Terrell and Ben Rothwell is the co-main event. That's going to be a good one. I'm a fan of Ben Rothwell, man. How do you get that link again? Here, hold on. I can probably do it off of here. There you go. There's the link. Join the hive. Tell them Thinker sent you. Be cool in the Discord. That is a rule. Be cool in the Discord. But there should be people in the Discord who will be able to help you out. Oh, it says it expired. What the fuck, man? Bro. You got to be kidding me right now. I specifically said it so that it was not to expire. What the fuck, man? All right, hold on a second. I got you. Give me a second. I can fix. All right, here we go. Hold on. Let me turn this down. There you go. All right. That should work. I apologize, folks. Sorry to anybody who used the link and it was expired. I swear to God, I set it to not expire. I don't know why it expires when I tell it not to expire. But there you go. So, Jixro, Rodney, anybody else who was looking for the, who was asking about stuff, go ahead and join up the Discord. Like I said, be cool in the Discord. You are welcome, my guy. And welcome to the Hive. Also, again, to anybody who is new, do your boy a solid. YouTube.com/@YamaShow is the YouTube channel. Trying to build that up. That is the main hub of all of the content that I do. Go over there, hit the subscribe button. Doesn't cost you a cent, and you get all of everything on YouTube, including the Yama Show, the podcast that I do on this channel with Chase Parton, and any other videos that come out. So shorts, all kinds of stuff going on YouTube. So youtube.com/@YamaShow. In fact, put that in there for her. That's a link I know works. There you go. You click that, subscribe right off rip. You're a curious guy. Sent an email to Knucklemania to get a number on how much how much the license is. Dude, yeah, hey, let me know. Bro, so if BKFC, so this is something that me and Chase have been talking about a whole bunch. You know, Chase, of course, my co-host on last week's fights. We've been saying that, like, of course, we talk about the UFC. Obviously, the format of the show, if you're unaware, is that we go over every single fight from the previous week's fight card in the UFC. But we are completely open to working with any combat sports organization that wants to have us. So, I mean, if BKFC wants to have last week's fights, you know, if they're doing some stuff with Fight Show, apparently, we're down. Karate Combat, want to talk to them. I already reached out to somebody over at Karate Combat, see if that works out at some point. So my point is, we're open for business over here at Yama Industries. So anybody who wants it can get it. And I would love to be able to show these fights. The problem is that this is a pay-per-view, so like they're gonna want like they're not gonna want it to be able to be shown for free if it's a paywalled thing. You know what I mean? So I would probably have to go behind a paywall to do it. But if they're paying for it, you know, I'm down. I am super down. Because so far, man, these BKFC fights have been delivering. These fights have been, like, there has not been a bad fight so far. Also, Chase is very aware of the pacing of these events. Talks about that a lot. I have to say, the pacing of this has been great. It is fight after fight after fight. Yo, Elite, what's going on, brother? How you doing, my man? Hope all is well. I hope all is well with you, my guy. Doing good. Are you watching BKFC? Yeah. Good to see you, man. Yeah, shout out to Elite. That's the homie. Honesty and a good story can open a lot of doors sometimes. I want to believe that. I really want to believe that. Thank you very much, Rage Quit. I appreciate you doing that on behalf of the show. Always the homie. You're watching them? Oh, you got your who are your parlays? I mentioned it earlier. My parlay, I got a 3-leg going with Garbarino. I think it's did I have Rawlings? Hold on. Garbarino, Alvarez, and yeah, Beck Rawlings. That's the parlay that I have. 2 favorites and dog money on Alvarez. I think that's pretty decent. But anything can happen. I got to believe that you're pretty happy with the quality of these fights. These fights have been great. Talk about some fucking action. Holy shit. This dude has 45 fights on his record. This dude has 45 fights and is debuting in the organization. This guy is a beast. Joey DeVaco. You put it in the chat. You just picked random favorites and then Jeremy Stevens. Okay, fair, bro. Fair. I like that method. I like the Christmas tree method. Let's see here. All right, so Mick Terrell and Pat Brady, good choices there. Although Mick Terrell is fighting Ben Rothwell, I'd be a little bit worried about that one, but Pat Brady's probably getting that win. Pat Sullivan, Pat Brady, and Jeremy Stevens, I like it. I'm good with those. I like those parlays. Best of luck. Ooh. Uh-oh. Yo. Dwachko. He's putting some hands on the big dude. Yeah, Mr. Banks over here. Mr. Banks about to meet the mat. Ooh, nice body shot. Yeah, Dwachko over here is laying some hands on early. Nice seeing this smaller guy getting the licks in. Nice body shot. Ooh. Oh, stumbled him again. Yo, Banks is getting fucked up. Let's go. This Banks dude is getting pummeled. Yo, every time that Banks gets hit, he is reacting heavy, dude. Banks is like, I think he's a little shook now, as he should be. He's getting those hands laid on for real, for real. Those body shots. Bro is ripping to that gut. That big belly is jiggling. That's like when you hit King Hippo and Punch Out. I'm surprised he's not pulling up the trunks every time he gets hit in the stomach. Oh, there you go. That was a nice counter for Banks finally. Easy round for Dwachko here. Very nice. With your passion and knowledge around fighting, I think it's logical that you could show fights legally. There's all kinds of rights issues when it comes to that stuff, so it's a little bit tricky. You know, there's distribution deals and exclusivities and stuff like that. Like a lot of like behind the scenes stuff when it comes to that. So I don't know if they'd ever do it, but if they wanted to do it, or at least have it like an exclusive where that like you have like maybe a package deal or like a discount code for my viewers would be cool. That would be really cool. That might be the way to do it. Have like a discount code and be like, you know, get the pay-per-view for $10 or something like that. I don't know, you know, whatever the price they want to set for it. But yeah, you'd think that they would have some type of like arrangement with streamers and social media people or whatever, because so much of it is in this world. That's the thing about the combat sports world that needs to catch up with the rest of the sports world. You know, what I've said all the time is that you pay for a pay-per-view. Oh, that was weird. You pay for a pay-per-view. It's like a lot of money for a lot of people. You don't have to pay to watch the Super Bowl. So if you want to be taken like seriously as all of the other major sports, at least in the United States, there needs to be a model that doesn't cost fans an arm and a leg. So that would be, I think, a good way to do it. Like have it so that the organizations have a deal with the streamers that, you know, it's like, you know, use discount code YAMA at checkout for 70% off. That way you'd actually get like legitimate fans watching this shit, as opposed to like people who are just going to pirate it. Cause it's like, you know, the thing is that like they have the pay-per-view model because like, oh, you could watch it with a whole bunch of other people. But like the reality is that like a lot of people who are watching this stuff are not doing that. They're watching it by themselves. A lot of time they're doing what we're doing right now. They're like watching a streamer with it and watching the fights as well, like with a streamer, like by themselves though. You know, it's not like you have like a bunch of people in a room together all watching a streamer. Usually that's what you do like individually. Obviously I am by myself right now watching this stuff, hanging out with you guys. So it's like, there just needs to be a better model that's more accommodating to the average fan. And if the UFC ends up going to Netflix and going away from the pay-per-view model, that could be the killer app when it comes to combat sports. I've said it for many years at this point. If the UFC goes away from the pay-per-view model, it's going to blow the doors wide off of this sport, because that's the last barrier to entry. You start making it so that people can watch the marquee fights without having to pay an arm and a leg, your fan base expands exponentially, I think. Oh, there you go. Banks finally coming back. That was a better round for Banks. You're with your cat? Technically, I'm with my cat, too. I don't know where he is. Thankfully, he's gotten the understanding that when I'm on stream, he shouldn't be fucking around with jumping on stuff. Now, it's only 5 o'clock in the morning. He wants to start jumping around on shit. I love the little guy, but man, he's a handful. He is still a handful. So Banks took a lot of damage in round 1, but I think he did a lot better in round 2. I didn't see if this is a 5-rounder. If this is a 5-round fight, it's going to be a long fight for both these guys. DeVaco. Yeah, Banks. Good job for Banks to weather. Oh, yo. I was just saying that. Good job for Banks to weather the storm, and then he gets cracked heavy. Ooh, uh-oh. But DeVaco goes down. Yep, he got dropped. That's a legitimate drop. Oh, he said he was pushed down. I don't think so, buddy. Ooh, another cracking shot for DeVaco. Another good fight. It's a slow fight because these guys are huge. But either way, they're still cracking. Come on, DeVaco. Make this happen, my guy. All right, he got ruled a slip there. It wasn't a push down. I think both these guys are starting to get tired, and this is a 5-rounder, dude. By round 4, these guys are going to be looking like Kimbo and Dada. Speaking of which, unfortunately, Kimbo Slice Jr., Baby Slice, was supposed to fight on this card, but he had to pull out for some reason, so that fight got canceled. Oh my God, DeVaco. What? DeVaco just got a takedown. Score 1 takedown for DeVaco. How do they score takedowns in bare knuckle? Bare knuckle boxing. What's the rule on takedowns? This is where Dylan Dennis should have been. Ooh, nice upper. Oh, stops it. Damn. Okay. Yeah, it didn't look like. All right. Seems like it might have been an early stoppage to me, but he's not protesting it. Banks gets the win after some early adversity. Yeah, that's kind of crazy. Kind of crazy. I can't lie. Because Banks was getting fucked up in those first rounds, dude. Some of those shots were heavy. But yeah, DeVaco just not able to stay in it, I guess. That will happen. If the dialogue starts with the email, is it okay for you that I mention what you said about codes? I do understand that that's something you want to do yourself. No, absolutely, dude. Bro, please, if you want to help out, man, Rage Quit, you are as good an ambassador as I could ever hope for. You are articulate. You are pragmatic in your approach to things. You are absolutely... consider yourself a brand ambassador. By all means. You'll know when the right time to involve me is. If they come back to you and want to talk, you know how to get a hold of me. So you go ahead and you have all authority to negotiate on our behalf. Up until the point where it gets real. You know.
And even then, I mean, you're still, we'll keep you involved in the conversations if you're the point of contact. You could be like a Yamma project manager. I'd love that. I would love that. I know that Chase would be on board for that too, and I guarantee you that Vitz King would be. Vitz King sends his love to everybody, by the way. He's feeling a little under the weather. To the point of dying, actually. Vitz King is dead. R.I.P. Vitz King yet again. Bad case of death. Unfortunate. It seems like every couple of months he dies and then just comes back. He's kind of like Kenny from South Park in that way. Your English writing must get better. The spelling is terrible. Bro, your English is immaculate. Your English is amazing. I feel like Bill Burr when that happens. Like, anytime that I hear that from non-native English speakers, I'm like, your English is incredible. Like, the fact that you can speak English as a second language, it's so impressive to me. No, your English is great, dude. Do not second guess your English abilities. And that was pretty wild that Banks just tried to take a drink from his cup there, or his can. And I believe that some of it just came out of the cut in his lip. That is wild. Yo, Steve Banks is a fucking G, though, man. He took some heavy damage. He's got a hole in his lip that he just splashed fucking energy drink out of. That is some wild shit. Yeah, that was crazy, man. Bro, these fights have been excellent so far. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, it didn't seem like that should have got stopped, in my opinion. That might have been a little bit early, but maybe in BKFC the rules are a little bit different. You know, whatever the case may be, still a fine conclusion there. All right. I am going to take a very quick break. You know, around these parts, we have the quickest breaks in all of live streaming. So I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick, refresh the drink, and I will be right back for the next fight. So, do not go anywhere. I'll see you on the other side of the break. BRB. And just like that, we are back. What did I tell you? Quickest breaks in all of live streaming right here on the channel. I've got my drink. We refreshed the ice. As always, I got to give a shout out to the sparkling ice. This stuff is fucking delicious. 5 calories in this thing. If you are a soda drinker like I was, you want an alternative to soda that's low calorie and still tastes fucking good, I can't say enough good things about this. Not a sponsor, but I wish they were because I love this stuff. There you go. Rage quit. That's your next assignment. What's the website? Is it just sparklingice.com? I don't know. I'm not seeing the website on here. Oh, yeah. Sparklingice.com. Go to sparklingice.com and tell them that they should sponsor Yama. That's the real deal. That would be the real get. If we can get a Sparkling Ice sponsorship, I would be in heaven. Because I love that stuff. That's a Lucky Luke break. Fucking Terrence Hill movie from back in the day. I don't know if Sparkling Ice would want their brand associated with combat sports, but if they do, this is the place to be. I would be so happy. Let me tell you how happy that would make me. Yeah, they're talking about the free fights. 12 knockdowns in the free fights on this card. The cowboy that's faster than his own shadow. That's what's up, man. I've never seen that movie. I kind of know of it. But I like a good Western, though. Oh, yeah. I guess the Philadelphia Eagles are in the playoffs in the National Football League as well. Shows you how much I pay attention to other sports. I could not tell you a single thing that has happened in the entire football season. I do not know who Brian Westbrook is. I assume he's a football player. Yeah. I know Vyacheslav Borshev, but I do not know that football player. There's a good amount of fights on this card. I thought we were going to get to the Garbarino fight a little bit quicker. I was mistaken, so sorry to I think it was Jixro who was asking about the Garbarino fight. Oh no, it was Rodney who was asking about the Garbarino fight. Shout out to Rodney. Hope he's having a good time at the Olive Garden. Turning up at the Olive Garden. Definitely a highlight of this stream. That made me laugh. Is there a certain flavor of sparkling ice Yamasho is after? Oh, just regular lemonade is the one that I fuck with the most. I like regular lemonade. I like berry lemonade. Any of the sparkling ice flavors that have a citrus to them are pretty goddamn good. Yeah, my favorites are all of the lemonades. Regular, berry lemonade, and strawberry lemonade are my favorites. But lately, all I've needed is the regular lemonade. That's fine by me. I think that's probably their biggest seller. It is so, I'm telling you, man, like, that's my addiction. Sparkling ice is not cheap. And I would say that I spend an exorbitant amount of money on it. I'll go through 2 of them in a day. That's like a lot of sparkling ice. But I buy them by like the caseload, I swear. I'm going through like a good amount a week. I'll buy like 12 at a time. Try to make that last a week. Pat Sullivan. Pat Sullivan is making his pro combat sports debut right now on the main card of BKFC. That's kind of wild. Worth a try. Hey, Rage Quit, I appreciate you advocating on behalf of Yama, dude. Means a lot, bro. It really does. It is. I can't tell you how much it means to me that that you guys feel so strongly about helping the channel out. I'm very blessed in that regard. Thank you very much, man. Appreciate the support. Just being here is support enough, but to be doing what you're doing, you are a G for real, bro. And you are an OG of my streaming life, so I appreciate you sticking with throughout all these different iterations of what I've done streaming-wise. Patty Sullivan over here, coming out to the bagpipes with a good amount of back hair, noticeable back hair on Pat Sullivan. Will it work to his advantage? Worked for Muin Gafurov in his last fight. Went out there and embarrassed Rinya Nakamura on UFC 311 with his back hair. But his opponent has Roanoke tattooed on his chest. A lot of chest tattoos tonight. Kane Tomlinson. Oh, he's fighting out of Roanoke. Maybe that's why he has it tattooed on his chest. It would be kind of crazy to be fighting out of a different city and have Roanoke tattooed on your chest. All right. Mr. Sullivan getting a nice pop from the crowd. He is a Philadelphia man. But let's see if he's got the chops. This is his first pro fight. That is kind of crazy to be making your debut in BKFC. That's wild. All right. Round one is on. Oh. Yeah, wow. Tomlinson going in for a heavy clinch. Looked like he was going for a takedown. Push. Yeah. Hey. Glenn saying, bro, you can't just be swinging through. We already had a moron on this card who was swinging through the brakes. Don't be a dummy, man. Oh! Oh! Tomlinson just put Sullivan out. Holy shit. Woo! Bro. So far that is the best knockout of the night right there. Holy shit. Oh my God, dude. Tomlinson just corpsed Sullivan. Sullivan went down. Sullivan snapped down. He took the shot and whipped his body down to the ropes. Holy shit. Oh. Damn. That'll silence the hometown crowd. Ooh. Bro. Oh my God. Yeah, he is still down. That was a crazy knockout, man. That was heavy. Yeah, bro is definitely concussed. Good Lord. That is... Yeah, medical team is in the ring. That is crazy, dude. Good Lord. Wow. I mean, want to make sure that this Sullivan fellow is okay, but really want to see the replay on that shit. Yeah, let's hope that he makes it back to his feet here in a moment. Because, yeah, he's still down. Yeah, they're saying Tomlinson being very doing the right thing. You know, he's handling himself very professionally by not over celebrating right now, making sure that his opponent is okay. Yeah, dude, Kane Tomlinson Jr. Holy shit! Thought that other guy caught a body. Good Lord, that is a dead body for real. All right, looks like Sullivan's awake now, thankfully. All right, he's getting some claps. He's asking where he is. He thinks he's back at home late for school. Mom's waking him up. Bro is gone till November. Oh man, they had to pick him up, put him on the stool. Jeez, man. Yeah, he's just now coming to. Yeah, he was out. All right, he's on his feet. All right. Little claps for Sullivan there, you know. Obviously, it takes a lot of balls to be going into such a dangerous situation to begin with, so all the respect in the world to him. But oh my God, bro, he lands the shot. They're showing the replays finally. He lands the shot. The shot sends his head one direction, right? Then it whips around. He went around the world with that knockout. His head goes this way, then it comes back around. That was wild. Like I said, he whipped himself down into the ropes. That, Jesus, man. That was a crazy knockout. Yeah, they want to talk about the sport being brutal. That was a brutal knockout for sure. Sheesh. Woo! Yeah, they need to make sure that Sullivan gets some medical attention after this. Yikes. All right. Kane Tomlinson Jr. Yeah, that's knockout of the night so far. Let's see if anything can top that one. Holy shit. It would be pretty hard to top that one. Because it's not only the fact that he knocked him out, it's the way that he went down. That was crazy. Boom. Yeah, he goes one way and then whips back around and falls back the other way. Yeah, his torso went on a whirlwind journey there. Went around the world. First round, knockout. Yet another good one. All right. Man, just rolling through these fights. Good times. Taking a look at the fight card here. Trying to see about where we're at. I would think that we're probably coming into the upper portion of the card by now. All right, so yeah, we are coming into the home stretch here to a little extent. We got Garbarino is up next. Then after that is Pat Brady. Then the Beck Rawlings and Taylor Starling fight. And Mick Terrell and Ben Rothwell and Eddie Alvarez and Jeremy Stevens. So a couple of fights left, but still going strong on this one. It's been really fun so far. We rolling on Philly. Yeah, Jeremy Stevens still talking that shit. And I believe that the Fight Show guys said that Jeremy Stevens had called out Robbie Lawler to fight in bare knuckle, either at the presser or that might have been rumored, or there was something between the two of them. So perhaps if Jeremy Stevens gets a win here, there's, maybe some potential that Robbie Lawler comes back and does a little bare knuckle. That'd be pretty crazy. Johnny Garb, they have him as a minus 910. Minus 910. I got him at a fucking minus 2,000. What book are they on? Versus Apostle Spencer. That's a cool name. He looks like a scary guy. See if he gives some problems to the heavy favorite, Johnny Garb. Johnny Garbagool. He is an Italian. Yeah. A minus 910. That's wild. Not as wild as minus 2,000, but wild nonetheless. So just saw in the Discord, shout out to my co-host Chase Parton, who just posted that Rashad Evans apparently saying that he was added to the GFL roster without his consent. A lot of fighters, I had mentioned that earlier in the stream, a lot of fighters on the GFL roster are what we're calling phantom signings. The GFL is signing fighters without actually having their permission. Wake up in the morning and all of a sudden you're a GFL fighter. GFL is wild, dude. I'm really excited to like that. I'm hoping to, it's not super late. So I'm hoping to get some sleep tonight, get up kind of early and do the video that I want to do about the GFL tomorrow because it needs to happen. I mean, we're talking about it on the podcast a whole hell of a lot. So hopefully people are hearing about it through there, but I got to get a video out about it too. And there's so much to talk about in that draft video with the weird computer animation stuff that they had with the fighters. That was kind of goofy. Robin Black on the broadcast. That's always entertaining one way or another. So keep an eye on the AMA channel for all of that stuff. But yeah, Rashad Evans, the latest fighter to say that he is not officially signed to the GFL when apparently they are claiming that he was. part of me wants to believe that maybe there's a little bit of like the internet making stuff up there, but a lot of this is coming from the GFL's official Instagram account. So, I mean, doesn't get much more official than that. When you have other organizations coming out and talking like angrily at you, that's not a good sign. Octagon came out and said that, yo, don't be talking like you got our fighters on your roster, bro. Like, our fighters are our fighters. All right, Johnny Garb, don't get cocky here. He's bouncing around in his opponent's face. South Philly's real Italian stallion. All right. Come on, Johnny Garb. The first leg of the parlay. This would be a ridiculously huge upset if he loses this fight. Big Dan Mergliata. All right, here we go. Moving nicely so far here. Garbarino throwing out some little fakes there just to throw his opponent off a little bit, keeping his head low. Spencer moving a lot. He has circled the ring almost fully twice now. He's doing some laps right now. Garbarino keeping the center. Garbarino keeping his hands low. Got to be careful there. Saying that he's Philly shelling, I wouldn't call it that necessarily. And now he is a little bit. Nice head movement. Yo. Sign of the cross. Yeah, Garbarino moving his head nicely, but he's got to be careful. He can get caught that way. And he's keeping his hands really low. He keeps crossing himself. Garbarino, a religious man. Church-going individual. I mean, this is all... Oh, there you go. Nice shot for Garbarino. I was literally about to say, like, all this head movement is nice, but Garbarino needs to land a hand or two here. 5-round fight. I mean, so far, that's the only real significant shot of the round. Oh, that's a good one. That'll drop him. Nice. Spencer goes down. Garbarino drops him. Uh-oh. Oh, he might be down for the count. Oh, he got the take. Wow. He got back to his feet, but the 10 count was the 10 count. Garbarino gets it done in the first round. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Johnny Garb pulling it off in the first round. I love it. Kevlar. We do not give links out in the chat, but if you hit ! Discord, there will... Well, actually, apparently the Discord link is not working currently, but... Hold on. I think I can throw it in the Kick chat. Give me a second. Discord would be the way to get where you want to go. Playing Andrew WK right now. All right, I got you, bro. Hang out for 1 second. I'm with you. There we go. All right. Took me a second to get there, but I'll get you the Discord link. We trying. We out here helping. All right. There you go, sir. I think. Did it not go? Oh, I might have it so that links are disabled on here. On Kick. Or maybe Kick won't allow me to do it. I don't know. Bro, I tried. Kevlar, if you have Twitch, come in on Twitch. I can send you the link on Twitch. But, yeah, the Discord would be your best bet to get some help with that. You've forgotten how fun it is to send emails? Bro, if you enjoy sending emails, the business world could be for you. Got you, bro. Yeah, sorry about that with Kick, my guy. But yeah, if you come over on there, I can throw you the I got the Discord link for you. There you go. All right, here you go, my man. Boom. That should help you out. Aw. Aw. Johnny Garb proposing. Johnny Garb proposing in the center of the ring. I believe she said yes. Aww. That's always a risky move, but it looked like it paid off for him. Hey, Mazel Tov. Congratulations, Johnny Garb. Johnny Garbarino and the future missus. Oh, what a lovely couple they make. Good Lord. Gets a knockout and gets the girl. That sounds like a good night to me. Go, Johnny Garb. Did the right thing, too. He asked the mother for permission. Mama said yes. That's all she wrote. What a feel-good story at BKFC. This event has it all. Bro, I mean, I'm really not trying to glaze this thing. Like, I'll talk about it on the podcast, of course. But, like, I came into this not really having much of an opinion one way or another. I was like, yeah, I've never watched BKFC all the way through. Let's see what it's all about. Maybe it'll be somewhat fun. Could suck. Who knows? I went into it pretty objectively. This has been objectively awesomely fun. I have to say, I'm having a great time. I really didn't know. I kind of felt like there might be times where I was going to be like super bored on this. And, I didn't know what the chat was going to be like. I didn't know if there was going to be anybody hanging out for this. I didn't know how many people cared about this, really. But this has been great. Chat has been great. And this event has been fucking awesome. I didn't expect a feel-good moment. So good times. Conor McGregor in there spicing things up even. I heard that he's looking to move to the United States after the unfortunate situation with the legal system that he had in his native Ireland. Wonder if that's still going to happen. But yeah, I mean, does not get much better than getting a first round knockout and then proposing to your lady and getting the response that you were hoping for. Johnny Garbarino kind of had the best night so far. Even though nothing's going to beat, I don't think, that Kane knockout. That dude, that was wild. Doing a little interview with Dave Feldman, Mr. BKFC, the boss, head honcho. Wow. That's quite a turnout there. He's saying 17,000 people plus at the event tonight. It does look sold out. I am not going to lie. I mean, like, this looks pretty packed. I'm trying to see the upper decks. It's hard to make it out on camera, but it does look like it is pretty packed. Yep, Feldman, of course, from the area. Yeah, I don't know if they sold tickets for the third tier. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's just the lower bowl. But I mean, 17,000, I would think they had to be packing some of them into the rafters. 31 events, 6 countries, 11 states they have events coming up for. BKFC is doing things, man. They actually also just signed a deal with another streaming service. I forget what the name of it is. Oh, Fubo. That's the name of it. So yeah, BKFC has like multiple streaming deals now to get the product out to more platforms. They've got a pretty packed roster with 31 events. BKFC on the rise. Yep, Mario Lopez there to support BKFC. All right, the other friend of Fight Show, Pat Brady, coming up here now. Pat Brady also seemed like a pretty cool dude. Saw his interview with the Fight Show guys. Also a favorite, but not a heavy favorite here. Minus 158 to a plus 113. I mean, that's tight odds. That's almost a pick 'em. I didn't know they did an outdoor BKFC event. That's pretty crazy. God, having a fight in the elements. Open air, no air conditioning. That certainly will add an element to it. All right. Next fight coming up. Zach Kalmus also coming out in a mask. One of the other competitors had come out in a mask before him. He too masked up like Jason. Jason in the hockey mask. Well, we'll see. Yeah, there are definitely a lot of people at this event. Zach Kalmus looks like a big Post Malone. He really does. I like that they don't have like an inspection zone, so they just prep the fighter on the runway. I don't think I picked up on that in the previous fights, but yeah, he's getting the Vaseline right on the walkway to the ring. What is in his pants? Looks like there's an iPad back there. Oh, yeah, I guess he did. Somebody took the iPad out of the back of his pants. Not a sentence I thought I'd be saying tonight, but, you know, the shoe fits, I suppose. All right, here comes Pat Brady. Here's the story of a man named Brady. Coming out to the Rolling Stones. Yes, I forgot about that detail. Pat Brady is a training partner of one John Jones down in Albuquerque, New Mexico. So, certainly in good company when it comes to his partners there. Hopefully he stays on the right side of the law. If your cat was here, it would try to wake you, so time to try to get some sleep. Thanks for a great stream. Have a good one. Oh, hey, Rage Quit. Thank you as always, my dude. Thank you for the emails that you sent. Appreciate being able to hang out with you for a while, talk some Norwegian culture. Keep me posted on your updates when it comes to your woodworking. I am excited to see how that goes. I appreciate you always, my guy. I'm going to try to catch one of your streams coming up too when you go live again. So great to hang out with you as always. Really glad that you're doing good right now, my man. Have a great night. Take care. Because we are rolling along here with these fights, man. This has been a lot of fun tonight. Let's go, says Zach Kalmus from Gloucester, Massachusetts. Zach Shark Attack Kalmus. I love it. Great nickname. Shark Attack. I wonder if anybody just calls him Shark Attack. Pat Brady getting a good reception for being a guy from New Jersey. That's not Philadelphia. Oh, I guess he fights out of Philly. He's from New Jersey. He's got a big axe tattooed on his back. All right. Brady. Not on the parlay, but I am certainly pulling for him. All right, here we go. Kalmus versus Brady. Fights on. Ooh. Yeah. Kalmus thought that Brady was going to start fast. He wasn't kidding. Kalmus down. Yep, Kalmus down. He's fine. All right, mandatory 8, and they're back at it. Brady is on the hunt. Ooh, another good one landed. Kalmus is just turtling up. Dude, Kalmus needs to start trying to throw. Oh. Brady, Landon. Bro, Calmus is getting stomped. He needs to clinch up, dude. Oh, this is going to get stopped. I mean, Brady is teeing off. Holy shit. Referee is, yeah, I was going to say, dude, referee was giving him a lot of leeway, but man, yeah, that is good shit. And Pat Brady bathing in the blood of Zach Calmus with the first round TKO on the feet. Let's go. Bang, bang, bang. Pat Brady gets the job done. Man, that was a quick one. Bro, Brady just ran through Zach Calmus. Very nice. I mean, he went out there guns blazing, dude, from the start of the fight. Backed him down, and then it was just fucking one after the next. Yep, there's the drop. Showing the replays here. Bang, 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 bang. He is just rapid fire with those shots, dude. Good Lord. Calmus, I mean, he was already done. Because, like, he's trying to cover up and swing back. I mean, everything that he was swinging was going high because he's down here trying to swing up like that. And that's just not going to cut it, dude. Yo, good job, Pat Brady. That made that one look easy. Yeah. Pat Brady, he was talking on Fight Show about wanting to go for the title in BKFC. I would think that a performance like that will get him closer to that title shot. One of these former Eagles players. A lot of Eagles representation here at the BKFC. I was just listening to this interview a little bit. Seth Joyner is his name, I guess. Again, I don't know anything about football. I don't follow football, I guess I should say. I'm apparently going to watch some football tomorrow. Hanging out with some family. They said that they got football they want to watch. Said, hey, you want to come over and eat some sandwiches? I said, you know what? I enjoy a nice sandwich. I can get down with some pigskin. So I guess apparently I'll be seeing some of this football that is being talked about tomorrow. And I guess I got to go for the Eagles. Go Eagles. Why not? If I'm repping for Pennsylvania, it's always going to be for Pittsburgh, but I don't know if the Steelers are in it. Are the Steelers in it? I would tend to believe not. Pittsburgh Steelers. Oh, nope. They lost to the Ravens in the wild card game. Their season has ended. Well, fuck the Ravens. Okay. No disrespect to Baltimore. I'm sure that the Ravens are lovely people. Yeah, go Eagles, I guess. Go Birds. And now with all these first-round knockouts, we're getting the pacing issues that are generally seen on these cards, and on fight cards and standard operation, only because, they got to get ready. Do I think 313 is trash as well? Let me take a look at the 313 card. I actually haven't looked too much into that one yet. What do we got announced for that? Oh, Pereira and Ankalaev. No, this is pretty good. I'm sure that they still got a bunch that's going to be announced for it, but yeah, Pereira, Ankalaev, that has to happen. I mean, like, you know, that's been in the making for so long that, you know, it has to come to fruition one way or another. So I'm perfectly fine with that. Gaethje versus Dan Hooker. Yeah, you know, I mean, two irrelevant bums. I mean, that's a little bit harsh. Dan Hooker still has some life in him, even though I think that he is kind of in that same class as a Justin Gaethje, even though he's a little bit like he's not as advanced in his career. So I don't think that that's a bad fight as a co-main. Justin Gaethje, it's going to be an entertaining fight. Relevancy-wise, yeah, you're probably, you know, not wrong about that aspect of it, but I think as far as entertainment value goes, that's a marquee fight for that reason alone. Bruno Silva versus Josh Van, that should be pretty entertaining. I mean, both those guys coming off of some pretty good wins. Lemos versus Lucindo, you know, I mean, Amanda Lemos just kind of hanging on to her standing in the rankings there, so that's fine to me, but yeah, maybe a little bit high up on the card. Marlon Santos versus Francis Marshall, though, that's your fight to watch out for. And then Morono versus Leal. No, this is a decent card. Morono versus Leal, that should be pretty good too. That should hopefully be a good coming out party for Leal, because Leal got robbed in his last fight against Fakhretdinov. So hopefully this will be a nice turnaround for him. Armin Petrosian versus Bruno Ferreira. Don't really care about that one too much. Chris Gutierrez versus Gene Matsumoto. That's a great fight. That should also be a nice show for Matsumoto. Matsumoto is a bit of a beast. So, yeah, that one has some potential as well. And then Ozzy Diaz booked again. I don't know how or why they keep booking Ozzy Diaz, but for some reason they keep wanting to see Ozzy Diaz around. He really needs a win, so hopefully he'll be fighting for his life. He is the dude who just lost to Navajo Sterling that I saw live, I believe. Right? Oh wait, no, that wasn't Ozzy Diaz. That was that other dude. That was the dude who lost to Umar C. Am I right? No, that Tokos. Tokos is that one. Yeah, and I think that was the guy who lost to Umar C. Yeah, Tokos is not great either. But either way, Ozzy Diaz, yeah, not really caring too much about that one. At your marketing job, do you get a pension or a 401k match? I think I have a retirement plan. I think. I don't know. Maybe. Haven't looked too deep into it, honestly. Yeah. I mean, I'm salaried, so I think I do. I don't know. I'll check on it and get back to you about it. You are not wrong. It is probably something that I should know about. Clearly, you've been punched in the head too many times and forgetting names and mixing up fighters. I haven't been punched in the head enough, and when we fight, I'm not worried about getting punched in the head. So, you know, throw your best, bro. We can do it in BKFC. I'll risk the head trauma. Yeah, no, I'll admit that is kind of bad that I don't know that. I'll concede that one. You're not wrong. I should probably know about my retirement plan. The thing is that it's weird because there are circumstances there. There's a reason why I don't know. I don't need to get too deep into it, but I'll find out and get back to you on that one. I should know that. I do believe that there is a 401k match in that, but I'll let you know. I work for a small company, man. We don't have a lot of money to have basic human things. It's amazing that I even have insurance. But When Yama takes off, I'll have private insurance then. I'll be paying through the nose for some private insurance. You know how much private insurance costs? That shit is insane. You receive a paycheck from... All right. I'll allow this because you are correct. I should know this shit. Yes, I do receive a paycheck. Barely, but I receive one. Nah, I'm doing okay in that regard. Thankfully. Just okay, but I do get a paycheck. How do you think I afford the lap of luxury that I live in? Look at those appliances back there. I don't know if you can see it on stream, but you see that microwave right back there? I think my boom arm is blocking it, but those microwaves, they don't pay for themselves, bro. That range oven with stovetop? Come on, bro. We're living in the future here in Florida. All right. Feature fight time. The ladies throwing down. This is the first ladies fight that we've had all card yet. Have I been to California? Yeah. I've been to California multiple times. I love it out there. It's just way too expensive and a little too liberal for my tastes. As a liberal person, that should be saying something, you know? I mean, I'm in one of the, you know, as a libertarian more accurately, it's like I'm right in the spot where conservatives think I'm a liberal and liberals think I'm a conservative. But California is wacky with some of their laws. But I do love it out there, though. California's great. Shout out to Jack Director. Shout out to Rodney. New homie. Yeah, I guess Rodney out in the Olive Garden didn't stick around long enough to celebrate the win of his cousin with me. But shout out to the Garbarino family. Not only did Johnny Garbarino get the win, he also got the girl. Taylor Starling. Taylor face tattoo Starling. What is her face tattoo? It looks like a pirate symbol. Not really. California voted a lot more red in this election compared to previous ones. That doesn't surprise me. The whole country went red this year pretty much. It was a pretty big red wave. People got to be able to afford eggs, man. That's what it comes down to. They think that Trump is better for the economy. Stock market did take a pretty good bump when he got elected. Evened out, but still doing pretty good. So, honestly, with the way that the economy has been, you know, I got a lot of mixed feelings about Trump, but I'm not, anything that's going to help the economy, I'm not mad at. All right, Rollins and Starling is underway here, and we are pulling for Beck Rollins. So, come on, Rawlings. Ooh, there you go. That's what I'm talking about. Get it, Beck. Oh, yes, let's go. Beck drops her. One drop for Rawlings. Bum, 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 bum. Is there a Trader Joe's near you? I hear Americans are obsessed with that store. There is a Trader Joe's. Ooh, there's a Trader Joe's in my area, but it's not really close. It's not close enough for me to like go to on a regular basis. But I have been trying to go out there at some point because like apparently some of their like Trader Joe's like exclusive items, like the stuff that's produced for them, is actually really good. They have a ginger ale that I had oh hell yeah, Beck Rollins laying on some nice hands. They have a ginger ale that I had at a friend's house that was really tasty. It was like ginger ale with like a touch of citrus in it. And I quite enjoyed that. So I'd like to go out to a Trader Joe's at some time and get some of their, the stuff that they make exclusively for Trader Joe's. But not one that I could go to on a regular basis. Even like a Whole Foods is kind of far for me. I mean, it's not like far. Like if I wanted to go to Whole Foods, I could, but like I'd have to make like a special trip for it. And what? Ooh, that Britain Hart. That's their strawweight champion. Good Lord, she's fine. Britain Hart is a baddie. She got a hoarse voice too. She sounds like she's like a country baddie. I don't know if she just like has a sore throat or something, or if that's how her voice always sounds, but yeah, that's a bad chick right there. Yeah, Britain Hart. Ooh. Have to keep an eye out for her. You don't make enough money to be able to shop at Whole Foods? Fair point. Whole Foods is kind of expensive. I don't know what the benefit of it is really. What sets Whole Foods apart? Is it just like better quality? But I mean, like, I don't know. The vegetables and fruits that I get at Publix seem to be pretty good by me. Plus, there's a Publix right across the street from me. I see no reason to be spending more money at Whole Foods. Maybe I'll have to go down there and check it out and see if it's worth it. I mean, I've been in one before. I didn't like, I just, ooh, nice. Yo, Beck Rollins is fucking laying it on right now. Let's go. Oh, another nice one. Rollins is getting the shots off and then moving out nicely. She is controlling this fight well. Oh, they're 100% organic? Is that their big thing? Their big draw? Yo, Rollins is fucking laying hands on. She is getting her shots and then getting out nicely. That was a decent jab for Starling. And also, like, Publix has organic stuff too. Not only does Publix have organic, but it's like grown more locally, I would think. I mean, I guess that like Whole Foods probably has local sourcing for some of their stuff too, but like if Publix is also organic and also locally sourced, why would I pay more at Whole Foods? I feel like Whole Foods is like a status symbol kind of place. But I am trying to slim the stomach down a little bit more, so maybe going organic wouldn't be so bad. Yo, Starling is swinging wild. She's about to get fucked up, man. Yeah, Starling is swinging wild, hitting air, and Rollins is just staying focused and in the pocket. This is really nice. So far, parlay is looking good. Don't want to jinx it. Probably already did. Are you going to be doing any vacations outside of the U.S. in 2025? I mean, probably not. I really wanted to get to Norway this year, but I don't know if the funds are going to be there for that. I just am recently finishing up paying off some medical debt that I had, which if you know anything about medical debt in the United States, you know it is very, very, very crippling. So I'm trying to get my funds right, get myself back into a decent situation when it comes to having a little bit more discretionary spending ability. So I don't know if it's going to be on the docket this year, but Norway is in my future. I will make it to Norway before I die. That's something that I am very, I'm locked in on. Like, I don't know for sure if it's going to happen this year. I tend to think it's probably not, but I gotta like, now would be the time for me to start planning it. So I might have to talk to like a travel agent about that just to see what the numbers would be like if I, wanted to, but actually, I might even just look that up because if I could get out there for like $1,200 or however much a ticket costs to make the flight out there, and then Mr. Rage Quit kind of like hooks me up after that. I just have to see what the flight would be like from Norway to Denmark because I would be doing Norway and Denmark on that trip. But if it's possible, I might have to start planning for that. That might be maybe that's what I start doing just to see what the cost would be like. And then I can get a more accurate assessment there. But that's what I'd like to do. If I'm going to be doing international travel, it would be to Norway. I don't even know. I might have to renew my passport. I don't know when the last time I did that. And I don't know how long it takes, if it's still valid or not. But I'll look into that too. What surgery did you had to get? Mind your business. I got pretty sick for a little while. We'll leave it at that. Yeah, hospital stays are not fun, especially when they are long. But yeah, I had 3 surgeries. 3? Yeah. Yeah, I had 3 surgeries and ongoing medical procedures through the beginning of last year, basically. So I am very lucky to be on the other side of that. There was a chance that I might not have been on the other side of that. There was a chance it might have been a permanent thing, and I am extremely lucky that it is not permanent. So, you know, whatever you believe in, God or the universal energy, or, you know, whatever your higher power is, if you have one, I am thankful to the universe. So life goes on. But that being said, I still have a lot of debt that was needing to get paid off, but looks like I'm getting to a more manageable point with that now. So thankfully we're coming to the other side of it. And Norway would be where I would want to go. Bet you trained to get an IQ raising brain surgery. Sorry to see it failed and you went into debt for it. Bro, are you like 12? That's some shit that like you would see in like a middle school comedy movie, like Diary of a Wimpy Kid or some shit. Like that's some shit a bully in a kids movie would say. You had to have brain surgery to raise your IQ. Sorry, it didn't work. But at that. All right. I mean, yo, Starling just landed a couple nice ones herself here. There's another thing about BKFC, man. It can swing pretty quickly because Starling was getting fucked up early, but Rawlings took a couple there. They're really going for it. I appreciate these ladies. See, you know, you talk about these OnlyFans that go out here and do this fighting shit. Like, these chicks are fucking going for it. So if they want to do OnlyFans, whatever, that's cool. But, like, at least they're actually going in there and fucking throwing down for real, for real. Because fucking Taylor Starling's face is fucked up right now. And Rollins is really laying on some nice shots. She's mixing up her shots nicely. Like, this is a decent technical fight, I would say. You know, both of them actually have decent boxing technique. I mean, like, all things considered, you'd think it was just a couple of chicks going out doing the barroom brawl thing, but honestly, they're throwing pretty well. I mean, the accuracy is kind of there. I'm kind of impressed by the way that these ladies are fighting. Ooh, nice counters for Starling. Honestly, I'd give her this round. Oh, nice body shots for Rawlings. It's a good two-way fight right now. Oh, nice. Yeah. Yo, Rawlings doing that work, man. This is a good fight. Would you just go to Oslo? No. The plan for Norway would be that I would fly in to... I would probably have to fly into Oslo, but I would go to either drive out, or I guess Rage Quit would drive to me. Rage Quit, who was in the chat earlier, he would meet me somewhere, and that I believe is in the southern part of the country. And then we would road trip up the entire country up to the north, and in the north of the country is where there is whale watching. And I have a great fondness for whales. so I've always wanted to go whale watching. And I'm sure that there is a joke coming when I say this, but I have always wanted to see the sperm whale because that is the whale from Moby Dick, which is my favorite book. So get your comments in now. Set you right up for it. Classic American literature, Herman Melville. So yes, I am hunting the white whale. Yeah, I would like to go up to the north, go whale watching up there, play some pinball with Rage Quit, and then hop over to Denmark to go see my other homie, Bloomis. Go hang out in Denmark for a little while. So it would probably be like a 10-day trip, I would think. I think you can do the road trip that we would have to do is probably, I think he said something like 14 hours. So, one day in whatever town I fly into or Rage Quit's hometown or whatever. One day on the road, doing the road trip thing. And then one day up, or maybe 2 days in one place, 2 days, stretch it out a little bit. Do it over the course of like 7 to 10 days. And a couple days in Denmark. Oh, another drop. Another drop for Starling. She goes down again. Rawlings gets the drop. Oh, I don't know why they, I guess maybe a clash of heads or something there. Rawlings was giving her a hug. Yo, these ladies are really tearing it up right now. This is a good fight. Oof. Another good one for Rawlings. Nice body shots. Oh, another one for Rawlings there. Oh, yeah. Starling just looks like she is gassed, bro. Oof. Nice. Good fight for the women, man. Goes to decision, but they are both battered. Wow. They put it on the line, dude. That was a good fight. I think that Rawlings took it. Like, no parlay bias. I think that she just took that fight. But good showing for Starling as well. You realize you can see sperm whale off the coast of Mexico? I did not realize that. I thought that they... Is that true? Oh, I guess you can, yeah. Sperm whales can be seen in many places around the world, including Dominica, California, and Sri Lanka. They can be seen off the coast of California in the waters of the continental slope. Where's the continental slope? Is that's south? Off the coast of Mexico? I'm not seeing anything about Mexico in here. Oh, yeah, Baja California, sir. So, yeah, okay, gotcha. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, Baja. All right. Well, that's cool, but I'd rather go to Norway to do it. If I'm going to go to Norway anyway. I want to go to Norway. I love Norway. Like, I have a great love of Norway since I was a young boy watching the brief 7-minute video at Epcot Center where Norway was forever stuck in 1992. If you don't know what I'm talking about, go on YouTube. You can see it. The brief 7-minute Norway video at Epcot Center. No longer there, unfortunately. But yeah, I have always had a love of Norway. I mean, it helps that I got a friend over there now. I wouldn't like necessarily have like intentionally made my way without that, but I have always liked Norway. And now that I got a buddy over there, yeah, I would love to go to Norway. There you go. That's an example of me wanting to travel with reason. I got a friend. I'd like to see the country. It's very beautiful. I could see sperm whales there. When you're on your next trip back from Nevada, whorehouse, you can take a quick detour. I got you. Good point. Well, I mean, I go too much, bro. I mean, I'd have to cut out at least one trip to make room for the additional detour. All right, Beck Rawlings gets the win. The parlay is intact. The parlay is intact. Oh, but for how much longer can Eddie Alvarez pull the upset off? So far, a lot of favorites win. We've had a lot of favorites winning their fights this evening, so I'm hoping that Alvarez can buck the trend. We'll see. Bick Rowling from Australia, yeah? Yeah, that was a really good fight, though. Yeah, Taylor Starling has nothing to be ashamed of. She was a really game opponent. And as I had mentioned, I was not aware of Britton Hart, but Britton Hart, that's a good-looking lady. I mean, all of them are. This Beck Rawlings, very attractive lady as well. So is Taylor Starling. But I did not know about Britton Hart. In Canada, you realize a surgery like that would probably be covered by your national health care. Yes, I am very aware of that. I think all Americans are keenly aware that other countries have it a lot better when it comes to healthcare. Yeah, I mean, there are reasons that people don't want socialized healthcare. I am against it only for the... I'm against it in principle because I don't like I don't want the government in any... Excuse me. I don't want the government in any more elements of my life than it absolutely is necessary to be in. But that being said, the pragmatist in me also realizes that if the government is going to be in so many areas of my life, then why not have it if it's something that could be done affordably? Because I think a lot of people don't want their taxes raised to cover it, which I can understand. We're taxed through the nose in this country to begin with. To have to add additional tax onto things, that would suck. You have state tax, you have federal tax, you've got all kinds of sales tax. I mean, state tax. There's a million different taxes that you have to deal with depending on what state you're in the United States. So it's already hard enough to live out here. If they raise taxes in order to cover health care, that would be a bit of an issue. Also, a lot of people have the view that with the amount of people who come to this country undocumented, that those people indulging in the healthcare system would be a burden on the people who are paying into that system. I think that there is evidence on both sides of that equation that could swing your argument one way or another, so I might not be well versed enough in it to make an accurate assessment as to how I feel about that. I don't care to go that deep into it. If the country wants socialized medicine, then give it to the country. The country doesn't want it. I got to live with the will of the country as it stands. You know what I mean? So, yeah. Does it suck? Yes, it sucks greatly. Would I love to go over to another country and have all of that taken care of for me at low to no cost? Yeah, that'd be awesome. I got to live within the practicality of my situation. The same way that you got to live within the practicality of trying to afford a home in Toronto. You wouldn't have to go into debt, most likely. You could raise taxes more on the wealthy. Yeah, I mean, sure. Really what would need to happen is that in this country, we would need to have a more fairly distributed tax system to begin with. All of these people, I'm not even just talking about like the billionaires and stuff like that, though it certainly applies to them, but anybody who is like able to maneuver their money in ways to the point where they're not getting taxed, because that's what you always hear. People keep their money in their companies. The companies are able to move money around to the point that they're not taxed efficiently. There needs to be a simplification and a more fair application of the tax system in this country. If that happened, perhaps. But this country is so fucked up politically as to how everything operates that I don't hold my breath for it. That's why I got out of politics. I mean, or out of caring as much about politics. I don't have any power as one person to make any legitimate change in that field. There are a lot of people who care very deeply about that. There's a lot of money involved in that. It's just going to be what it's going to be. So I can only operate in the capacity that I have as an individual, and it's not worth my time or my more importantly, my energy. I can't be bothered with caring about that kind of shit. Leave it to people who want to play in that sandbox. That sandbox is a litter box, and I am perfectly happy to stay out of it. I'll stick with my combat sports. That's enough fighting. The wealthy and corporations could easily pay more tax. I'm sure they could. I mean, I think that there's probably a lot of people outside of that framework, corporations and wealthy, like it just needs to be applied more fairly and not all falling upon the average working people. That's what sucks. You know, these corporations are doing whatever the hell they want, poisoning our drinking water and not paying a single dime in taxation. And the average working man is having half of his paycheck go to taxes. You want to talk about my company paying me? The one thing I definitely know when I see my paycheck is how much of it goes to my insurance and how much of it goes to taxes. I get X amount of dollars a week. That is significantly reduced by taxation and by healthcare. So I understand. And would I like it? Yeah, absolutely. But again, you know, I can only work within the framework of what we get. And I guarantee you that Trump ain't changing any of that shit. We got 4 more years of Trump, bro. There is no way we're getting socialized medicine in my lifetime. I mean, if that's the direction that the country is trending going forward, I don't know if it'll still be that way. We have this habit in this country of going back and forth, you know, Democrat, Republican. It just kind of flip-flops. It's kind of becoming a little bit of an outlier that you get like multi-term presidents. And even then, after that term ends, generally people are so fed up with what they had for those 8 years, you go the other way. So, yeah. You know, if you're talking about what could be different, absolutely. There's a ton of shit that could be different. Is it going to change? I'm not holding my breath. I have always maintained the stance that the United States gets what it wants and gets what it deserves when it comes to its governance. You know, our founding fathers had some really good principles. They set up this Constitution that we have that is a really good founding document, a good cornerstone of our democracy. And then over time, a bunch of assholes came in and fucked everything up. And people just went along with it. So if this country is okay with being fucked with that way, then it gets what it deserves. I'm a nihilist, man. I don't care. Life is going to be what it's going to be, and you just have to abide, man. You know, like I try to be a more positive nihilist, but like, you know, I do fundamentally believe that life is meaningless and that everything that you deal with is just it just is. If it sucks, it sucks. If it's great, it's great. But like, you can't fight the current sometimes, at least not as one person. And I am not willing to use my bandwidth to enact change in that way. There was a time in my life when I was a younger person where I really did care about politics. That was what I originally wanted to do. I'm a pretty good writer. I wanted to get into speech writing. That was what I thought would be my career path. I thought, hey, you know, this could be a pretty decent little gig for me going down the line. You know, you get into the political sphere, decent money in it, you know, use your writing ability to enact legitimate change, exactly what we're talking about. It's too exhausting. It's a big soap opera, and I just don't want any part of it. You're a nihilist, so I guess that means you're not a religious Christian man like 99% of Americans. That would be correct. I was raised Jewish. I still identify as Jewish to an extent, but I am certainly not practicing, and I think it's more accurate to say that I'm an agnostic atheist. But I still have reverence and affection for my Jewish heritage, especially nowadays when Jews are the punching bag du jour of the internet space. I mean, it is so trendy right now to hate the Jews. That is an unfortunate reality. Anytime that I do see political discourse, I'm always waiting for that. And a lot of times it ends up showing up. So anti-Semitism is alive and well in this world. And of course, Israel doesn't make it, doesn't make it too hard to have your reasons. When are you going to make your pilgrimage to Jerusalem? There's no fucking way I'm going over to there. Are you crazy? Shit that's going on over there. Even when it was in peace times, I wouldn't want to go over there just on the off chance that it pops off. I'm good on that, dude. Yeah, I mean, I would have been eligible for birthright if I had pursued that, but it never really was something that interested me. Again, I don't really take it too seriously. I mean, I went through the early stages of it. I was bar mitzvahed and all that kind of stuff, but I just, it's kind of like a part of my history. And as I said, I still have a connection to it, but it's not like a core part of my identity, I would say. Other people make it a core part of my identity when they start being anti-Semitic towards me. That's when it becomes a thing. Other than that, I don't think that anybody would really know, It's not something that I actively make part of, hi, I'm Thinker St. James. I'm Jewish. You know what I mean? It doesn't manifest itself that way. It's only when it becomes a thing that it ever becomes a thing. Actually, I have a joke about that in my most recent Yama episode, which is live on the channel right now, youtube.com/@YamaShow. Make sure you go check that out. Give it a like. Give it a dislike. I know your style, Rick Allen. You can go dislike the video. I always see dislikes on my shorts. Every time I see a dislike on my short, I'm like, that's probably Rick Allen. I appreciate the engagement, though. That's one difference between you and me. I didn't go through bar mitzvah, so I'm not circumcised like you are. Oh. Well, you don't get circumcised at the bar mitzvah. But that would be a difference. Yes, that I'm sure one of many, but definitely a notable one if you'd like to make that distinction. The Jews are so obsessed with circumcision, it seems. Really? I mean, it's a thing. But I was under the impression that most people got circumcised at birth regularly now. Is that not a normal thing? Is it more of a religious thing? Because I thought that was just kind of like a regular thing. And maybe that's not the case anymore. I thought that at least when I was I don't know, just over time. I mean, this is just a perception that I had. I don't know. I really don't know. Just came back to the stream and saw Rick Allen flood the chat with his crazy comments. I was not expecting that. No, actually, I give Rick Allen some credit. I was when I started talking about the Judaism, I was expecting Rick Allen to start going in a certain direction. He did not go in that direction. So props to Rick Allen on that one, because that could have been one of those dividing lines right there. Circumcision is more of a religious thing, and it was never a big thing for Christians. Well, that's the thing. I had thought that it was like maybe it was just in the United States. I had thought that it was just like not. I thought that it had transcended religion and was just more of like a that they were doing it for like a hygiene purposes or whatever. Like, and not that I am like okay with that. I mean, like, if you don't want to circumcise your child for any reason, don't. In fact, even as a Jewish person, I have mixed feelings about being circumcised. That's something that is, that there's a consent issue there. Yeah. I mean, you're essentially doing genital mutilation on children who are too young to understand it, obviously. So there are, I have mixed feelings about circumcision as a practice in general. But I just thought that it was just something that was done regularly. What are the odds on the John Dong Rick Allen fight? If John Dong is if that's even money, if that's a pick'em, I don't know. That's gonna be a tough one. I'm giving the nod to John Dong. It depends on if it goes into later rounds. If it goes into later rounds, maybe Rick Allen has a shot then. John Dong with the early onslaught, using his dong power. Speaking of dongs, hygiene isn't an issue. You just need to pull it. Okay, yes, I understand. You don't need to go into all the intricate details of cleanliness when it comes to that. I do get that. I know that it's not an issue. I thought that that's why they were doing it, though. I thought that's what the reasoning was. But I realize that it's not. Obviously, there are tons and tons of uncircumcised people in this world who get by just fine, get along just fine. Fighting around the world. John Dong, Rick Allen, book it. You're going to have to make a lot of stops on your world tour there, Rick Allen. You've got John, you've got Elite, myself and Vitz King. Yeah. Quite a card. All right, we are at the co-main event of this card here. Crazy. I have had a blast watching this BKFC card, by the way. Knucklemania V is a rousing success in my book. Ugh. I need new headphones. Every time I stream at home, I am reminded that I need new headphones. Good Lord, these headphones kill my ears. John and you probably won't fight because you're not going to a communist backwards dictatorship like China where he lives. A communist backwards dictatorship like Minnesota. Ben Rothwell. Yeah, Ben Rothwell is an old school veteran. I know Ben Rothwell had competed in bare knuckle MMA as well as bare knuckle boxing. I think he had some decent success there. But I do believe that Junior Dos Santos is the man who ultimately defeated him in that sport. And what we were talking about as well is that Gamebred Bare Knuckle MMA has not updated their website in quite some time. It's been over, I think, almost 8 months. So I don't know if Bare Knuckle MMA is still a thing, but I have to say I quite enjoyed it when I was able to see it live. All right, Mick Terrell versus Ben Rothwell going down right now. Fight is underway. Mick Terrell. Oh, eye poke? Eye poke in the first couple seconds? Oh, yeah, I guess so. All right. Oh! Walk-off KO for Ben Rothwell. You have a new heavyweight world champion in BKFC, baby. Ben Rothwell gets the job done in round 1 after poking Mick Terrell in the eye. He got an eye poke. He got a knockout. He got a new belt. Ben Rothwell, bitch. Damn. He knocked him out cold. Whew. Bro. Great knockouts on this card, bro. That was a heavy one. Ben Rothwell laid him out. One punch walk off. That was Mark Hunt style. That was old school Mark Hunt walk-off KO shit right there. Dude, that was heavy. Oh, show me the replay. Big Ben. Dropping bombs over here. Oh, yeah. It was a short shot, too. That shows you the power that he has in the hands, bro. Because he starts setting up the other way. Yeah, it was a 1-2 switch fake. That's really what it was. He starts leading with the left. He swings the left, but he doesn't really put a lot of power on that. Comes back with the right, and the right puts him out. Yeah, the left was just kind of on the clavicle. The left lands like on the shoulder, and the right with a lot of power generated in a short distance. Ben Rothwell put him the fuck out. Wowzers. Dave Feldman going nuts, and I understand. Whew, buddy. That is something else. BKFC, baby. That is crazy. That is crazy he was able to generate so much power in that shot. You look at the replay. It does not look like he doesn't load it up or anything. He barely had his arm out. It was the one on the side, and then just from like this distance, his head is like right here, just bang. The amount of power he was able to put on. Ah, Mick Terrell not happy about it. But you were out, my dude. It's a dirty win because of the eye poke and controversial. I mean, Mick Terrell came right back into the fight pretty quickly, so he wasn't too upset about the eye poke, but I'm sure he's pretty upset about the knockout. There'll be calls for an immediate rematch. I mean, hey, why not? That's fine. He could say it was a lucky punch. There's ways to spin that if you're Mick Terrell. Mick Terrell with his full back piece, which is actually pretty dope. But, yeah, no, I mean, I wouldn't be mad if they wanted to run that back, I guess. You know, it was it was a one-punch knockout. You know, he could say it was a lucky shot. There's a narrative there. But either which fucking way, for right here, right now, your champion, Big Ben Rothwell. Yeah, that was heavy, dude. "36 seconds. 36 seconds in the first round. With Conor McGregor to lay the belt on Ben. That BKFC belt looks like it came straight out of a Wheaties box. That shit looks like it was in a box of Lucky Charms. That belt is not impressive. You know, BKFC is doing all of this expansion into all of these other territories. They need to do a little bit of an investment in their belts. But that is the only note that I have right now, really, because the rest of this presentation has been great. Ben Rothwell winning over the Philly crowd, hyping them up. See, there you go. Shout out to Rage Quit. He was saying, what's the lifespan like for a fighter? Ben Rothwell saying he's been in this sport for 25 years and he is now a champion. How about them apples? I'm not done yet. Ben Rothwell doing everything right on the microphone right now. This is great. Ben Rothwell's awesome. I love Ben Rothwell, man. What a good guy. He got on the mic, hyped up the crowd, said how proud he is to be wearing the BKFC belt, gives credit to the organization. What a stand-up dude. Ben Rothwell is the shit. You ever been to Philly? No, I have not been to Philly. As I was saying a little earlier in the stream, I have been to Pennsylvania, but I have only been to Pittsburgh. And I have a lot of love for Pittsburgh. So Pittsburgh and Philly don't really necessarily get along too well. So, you know, there might be a little bit of a discrepancy there. Hopefully it's a friendly rivalry, but I got nothing against Philly, really. Like, you know, I like a nice cheesesteak. Liberty Bell. It's what I was saying when I went out to Pittsburgh. I'm like, really? Like, all of the stuff that is, like, known about Pennsylvania is kind of in Philadelphia. But that being said, I went to Pittsburgh and had the best time. I love Pittsburgh. There's an example of me traveling without having an express other reason to go aside from hanging out with friends and having fun. Traveling for leisure. Shout out to Hup Challenge, my great friends out there. Love those guys. Got to play some amazing pinball. Pittsburgh is a fantastic pinball city. If you are a fan of pinball, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania is your town. Pittsburgh's just a great place in general. I'm sure I'd like Philly. And with BKFC out there, maybe at some point in the future I'll have a reason to go. You know, it's not too far from my buddies over there in Fight Show, who is at this event currently. They are live in the crowd at the very event that we are watching. So, you know, at some point in the future, it's not out of the question that I go up there and link up with those guys. So maybe I will get to go to Philly at some point. Future is bright for Yama. I'm willing it into existence. I use The Secret. Oh, I didn't even see that that one dude was wearing a Trashers jersey. That's some old school shit. That's fucking awesome. I should volunteer to fight in BKFC. They would probably accept me. Well, Rick Allen, whenever you're ready, bro. You're the one calling for all these fights, dude. You do it. Lead the way, bro. You get them on the horn and say, look, I got this dude There's this streamer that I really want to fight. Can we do it in BKFC? If they say yes, we'll talk. We will talk. Shit, Crazy Kev might be doing that shit. Crazy Kev might be fighting in Karate Combat, and he's at the BKFC event right now as well. I just saw that posted recently. So, I mean, Crazy Kev is, whatever. I mean, there's he's an interesting person, let's say, but I give him credit for the fact that he's in it. He's out there on the scene. Knucklemania is singing our national anthem right now. Still got love for this country, as fucked up as it is. We're not in the same weight class, so our fight would have to be unofficial. How much you walking at? And how much could you cut? I forgot what your stats were. I know you told me in the past. Sorry, hold on. We got to pay some reference here to Knucklemania, who's singing the American national anthem right now. I have to say, I am not a huge fan of her voice. I mean, yeah. Yeah. Like, I'm really not trying to hate on this chick. Like, she's doing her best, but yeah, this is not great. Oh, you're bantamweight? All right, yeah, that might be a little bit hard for me to get to. I mean, we've seen 6-foot flyweights before, so Jose Johnson, who just got let go from the UFC, thankfully. So I don't know. Let me see what I can do. I got kind of a big frame. I got broad shoulders, so it'd be a little bit hard for me to cut down that long, to that weight. But we'll see. I'll make the effort. I'm on the treadmill every day now, bro. Oh, yeah. That national anthem was a little rough. Yeah, not gonna lie, that was something. All right, main event time, everybody. Man, this event has kind of flew by, man. Time flies when you're having fun, and this was really a good one. I cannot lie. I did not know what to expect coming into this. I had seen a little bit. The last time that I watched BKFC, to give you a little bit of an impression of what my basic thought process was coming into this. Last time that I watched BKFC, there were a lot of weird finishes, and not in a good way. Like, there was a dude that went down weird and injured his arm. That was a no contest, I think. There was some controversial finishes where the stoppages were weird. There was just stuff that was not super, for lack of a better word, professional about it. So I was not super hyped about it based on what I had seen in the past. This, on the other hand, has been stars and bars better than the one that I saw in the past. I am very impressed by what I've seen tonight. I think this is really quality combat sports. I'm going to have a lot of good things to say about it on Monday. Who the fuck is that guy getting slept? Let's go, Beeb. If he does, show me the money, baby. I don't want to jinx it, but 2 out of 3 legs of the parlay have come through. Eddie Alvarez on plus money. That was too good for me to pass up, man. And it's a tight line too. I mean, I think I got him for plus 140 or something like that. What did I get Eddie Alvarez at? Yeah, plus 145. So I mean, the line is tight. Let's see. What's Jeremy Stevens? What's he looking like now? What's the price tag on Lil Heathen over here? Just out of curiosity. I'm sticking with my guns. I'm not putting any money on him. Let's see. Right now, do they? Oh, they don't have the live. Oh, hold on. Yeah, it's in the live. My book is set up very weird. It's hard to find the things that you're looking for. Tennis, hockey. Where the fuck is live boxing? Dude, this book fucking sucks, man. Like, I'm looking for it, and it's nowhere to be found now. Obviously, they have action on it because I placed a bet on it earlier. I don't know. Whatever the case is, Jeremy Stevens was like a minus 160 or something like that. What's the payout if I hit all three? Let's see. What is the payout if I hit all three? What are we at? It is... Shit. Where does it say the... Oh, it's a plus 274. So, not crazy, not anything crazy, but, over double. So I'll take it. It's small money. It's play money. It's nothing for a baller like St. James. Come on, dude. Although, really, I really should be fucking more with Beeb's bets, because, Beeb is the one who's actually making the money out of everybody. Bro is throwing down $20 a pop and making it back. Speaking of which, Beeb, how did you do on 311? Because 311 was an underdog's paradise if you went for the dogs. But I know that you had said in the comments that you didn't cash on Moicano, which obviously was going to be a risky bet to begin with. Yeah, enough for a tank of gas, exactly. I'm not out here trying to go crazy. Really, betting for me in the parlays that I do is more of a confirmation that I actually like. It's a confirmation that all of the obsessive watching and following of these sports that I do has a legitimate impact on my understanding of what I'm looking at and who I should be betting on. That's all that betting is to me. It's confirmation, which in 311 was completely thrown out of the window. Good Lord. The hindsight that I felt not putting money on Hani Barcelos. Oh my God. Should have just put money on him just based on the line. Minus 1,100 for Peyton Talbot as a rookie fighter, essentially, who had only beaten rookies. Looking back on it, it's what I said on the podcast. I'm like, I really wish that I had done a little bit more stringent thinking about that fight. Because I had said on the podcast, I was like, yeah, Hadi Barcelos is no slouch, bro. That's a good veteran fighter. I was on the Peyton Talbot hype train. What can I say? Broke even 10 on Moicano and 10 on Yuri. Good job. Nothing wrong with breaking even. Walking out with as much money as you walked in with is nothing to sneer at, because it could certainly be worse. All right, Eddie Alvarez fighting in his hometown. I'm going with hometown hero over here. Come on, Eddie. I got nothing against Jeremy Stevens. It's nothing personal on it when it comes to that. But I just thought, come on, man. Hometown, Eddie Alvarez. He's a dog. I think he can get the job done here. Let's go, Eddie. You can see the size difference for sure. Stevens got some size on him. At least height. Alvarez is, that bulldog frame. broad back, big shoulders. Why am I such a degenerate gambler? Again, bro, taking your mother out on dates is not cheap. I have to fund her bingo habit. She's a degenerate gambler too. You don't know about that bingo gambling. Those bingo gamblers are... That's some real degeneracy. You're going with the former Bellator and UFC champion? Yeah, good call. And he's putting some work in now. I mean, nice 1-2 there for him. Yeah, Alvarez is staying in the pocket, backing down a little bit now. Stevens moving forward. Ooh, nice counter. Steven went for a big uppercut, missed on that, and Eddie got him square in the face. Straight down the middle. Good shot for Eddie. Crowd is chanting, "Fuck you, Stevens." That's the Philly I know and love. I mean, so far so good. Eddie's moving nicely. You know, getting a nice shot of the referee's back. Good camera work there. Nice jab from Stevens. Nice overhand from Eddie. Power shots look like they're coming from Alvarez so far early. Stevens might be conserving a little bit. Stevens' jab is on point though. Jeremy Stevens is working with the jab. You might say that he outpointed, but I think the power shot coming from Eddie was probably the swinger there. I would give that round to Alvarez. But the jab is working for Stevens. So in this next round, he needs to be more careful of that. So far, we're doing okay. One thing I have to reiterate about Bare Knuckle, their ring girls are thick as fuck. And I appreciate. All right, round 2. Nice jabs from Alvarez to start it off. Eddie Alvarez has the jab, sending Stevens back. Ooh, nice body shots. Alvarez moving fast. The speed is still there for Alvarez, which is crazy at this age. Oh, nice 1-2 for Stevens, though. Uh-oh. Alvarez looked like he might have been a little wobbly off of that. Nothing too... uh-oh. Nice nice land for both of them. Yeah, both dudes just took a really nice shot there. Alvarez looking like he might be a little wobbly now. Oof. They are both landing. This is not good. Oh, nice combo for Alvarez. They clinch. Oh, nice uppercut. Alvarez laying some nice shots on. Stevens was turtling a little bit, but you got to be careful. He's leaving his head open. Alvarez is swinging with a lot of intention, and he's leaving himself open for counters. You're throwing a crispy 50 on Izzy next fight? Risky. I think that's a little bit risky, bro. I don't know if I'd go as heavy as a 50 in my opinion, but if you're that confident, then go for it. I mean, what I've said about that fight is that this is really going to be the test of if Izzy is still about it. You know what I mean? If he's still elite caliber at this point, this is going to be the fight that will certainly tell that. Because if he can't beat Nasruddin Imavov, then he's a different fighter at this point. So I would agree that you should be putting money on Izzy, because I do think that he's got a lot to prove at this point, having a couple of losses now consecutively. But Nasruddin Imavov is a dude that just figures out a way to win, whether you like it or not, sometimes with the help of the referee. You never like to see that. Oof, nice jab from Stevens and a nice return from Alvarez. That was a much better round for Jeremy Stevens. That was a much closer round, I would say. I would give that round to Jeremy Stevens. I think it's 1-1 right now. That's 50 Danish kroner. So in other words, almost $0. What is the exchange rate right now on some Danish kroner? I don't know. I guess maybe I'll find out when I go to Denmark. Oh, wait, that's, yeah, right? No. Yes. Yeah, Danish is Denmark, and the Dutch is the Netherlands. Okay, yes, I was correct. Do you think Trump is going to take Greenland by force? I doubt it. I think that was just one of the wild things that he says. I don't know if that's one of the wild things that he's going to follow through with. Yo, props for these ring girls, man. I don't mean to keep fixating on this, but they have some really nice looking ring girls. Oh, no! Down goes Alvarez. Parlay is in trouble. Oh, Alvarez drops. Oh, he's giving the thumbs up. Oh, baby. We really got to fight on our hands now. Yeah, Jeremy Stephens comes right back into it. Right back in his face. Oh. Oh, Eddie. Oh, Eddie. Don't let who the fuck is that guy do it to you, man. I mean, Alvarez is right back in his face, though. Yeah, no takedowns. Alvarez shot by instinct. He went for the body. Oof. Yeah, Stephens still laying it on. Stephens looks pretty fresh. Oh. Yeah, I know. Same, brother. Same. Oh. Oh, okay. Alvarez. The issue that I'm seeing right now is that it looks like those shots may have weakened Alvarez a little bit. He doesn't look like he's putting as much power on his shots right now. Doesn't mean that they're not effective. They still could be. Nice uppercuts. There you go. That's better. Oof. Nice uppercuts. He's clinching up now. This is smart fighting from Alvarez right now to get his wits back about him. He's clinching up a good amount, getting some good uppercuts in the clinch. Oh, that was good. Tagged him. But Jeremy... Oh, Alvarez down again. Oh, this ain't good. Oh, Alvarez not looking good, bro. All right, he puts the mouthpiece back in. The round ends. Oh, boy. This is not looking good for Eddie. Oh, rip the parlay. Why? Why, God? Why can't one fucking parlay ever come through for your boy? Oh, man, Eddie's looking rough, man. That last takedown or last knockdown was he was not looking good. Are they calling the fight? Oh, they're calling it. They called it on the stool. Fuck. Well, who the fuck is that guy? Now we know. Now we know. Beat by a 145er? Bro. Fuck. Called it on the stool. Damn, that blows. What a way for this to end. That's really an unfortunate way for this card to end, honestly. Yep. There goes the money. You ain't wrong, Jack. I see those dollar bills flying away. Damn. That fucking blows, dude. And I mean, look, if Eddie had gotten clean knocked out, that would suck, of course, but at least it wouldn't have been that. At least it wouldn't have been called on the fucking stool, man. That sucks. After a really good card otherwise. Literally every other fight on this card was really good. And I mean, look, props to Jeremy Stephens. What are you going to say? The guy did his job. He was out here getting his knockdowns, weathering some good shots. I gave that first round to Alvarez. I thought he was moving really nice. It's just when the damage started to add up, he was wearing it, and you could see it. It wasn't just wearing it on the face. It was wearing it in the body language. It was wearing it in the breathing. Like, Alvarez was looking rough. So I'm not mad at that part of it, but that fucking, it's just a shitty way for a good fight to end. Fuck, man. Well, win some, you lose some. Apparently you lose a lot when you're me. Still don't know who the fuck that guy was, to be honest. Feel you on that, brother. Same. Perhaps we need to start finding out. What's Connor going to say? I would assume that Connor's coming in. That was weak, especially for a BKFC event. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's like the whole thing, right? This is supposed to be the most violent of the violent. Go out there and fucking go out on your shield kind of stuff. Jeremy looks big. How much did he weigh? I think that's a good question. I don't know what they were fighting at for this fight. I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, gotta give him credit though, man. Who the fuck is that guy? Everybody knows who the real test in BKFC is. Yeah, he's playing the heel right now too. He's getting the crowd riled up. Also, do they test in BKFC? Yes, I would assume so. This is sanctioned by the, in this case, the Philadelphia Combat Sports Commission. So, yeah, they're sanctioned like any other fight. So, I don't think that they would be able to get the fight sanctioned if they didn't have some kind of testing apparatus. But that's a great question, Beeb. Let's take a quick look here while we're talking about it. Do they drug test in BKFC? The commission may order a bare-knuckle boxer to undergo a drug screening at any time. Yeah, they've got a medical requirement form here. And apparently, BKFC had to suspend one of their former champions, Lorenzo Hunt, for popping for some steroids. So, yeah, BKFC apparently does. Connor's calling out Stevens. What? Oh, Jeremy Stevens and Conor McGregor and bare knuckle. Now that's a fight I could finally get behind. Fuck this stupid boxer bullshit in India. Conor McGregor and Jeremy Stevens and bare knuckle. Now that might be something interesting. All right. If they actually make that fight, that would actually, you want to talk about a fight that would bring some fucking eyes to the promotion. Dana getting pinker at the moment because of this. Yo, Jack, you ain't lying. That is legit. Dana would have a fucking conniption. But I mean, what is Dana going to fucking do under those circumstances? Dana is the reason that Conor is not fighting currently, right? Isn't that the whole rumor going around that because Conor didn't fight Michael Chandler that he's being sidelined? So it's like if you're going to sideline Conor McGregor in the UFC, Conor's having all of these legal problems over there. He's trying to do influencer boxing with Logan fucking Paul. Let the man bang. Let him bang like Julian Lane. Saw you talking about him in the chat. Julian Lane, the final boss of BKFC. Let's fucking go. Nah, we all know that's Mike Perry, bro. Come on. So glad you didn't drop some cash on this event. You would have totally lost your money on Eddie. Yeah, same, brother, same. Man. Yeah, well, I mean, it seemed like the smart bet at the time. What can I say? Should have gone with all favorites. All favorites came through. This was a favorites heavy card, to be perfectly honest. I mean, I think that there was only like one underdog that pulled through on this one. So BKFC, I guess they kind of, that is actually a note that I had about Karate Combat, was that So in Karate Combat, if you're not aware, last night we were watching a little Karate Combat on Chase's stream. They had Robelis Despain, who you might know from the UFC, the big man who had nothing on the ground but swings his big tree trunk arms around and does it rather effectively. And I think it's Eileen Pereira. I think her name's Eileen. I might be wrong about that, but Alex Pereira's sister, Elaine, whatever it is, she also fought, and she was also a very heavy favorite. So Robelis and Pereira were both very heavy favorites. And I was saying about that is that, like, in these smaller promotions, when you have bigger names, favorites generally come through a little bit more just because, like, by nature of it, like, a lot of times they don't have the competition to really, like, if you're in a smaller promotion and you already have an established name, then you need, like, another established name to fight, or you'd already have, like if you're coming in as an opponent to one of those people, you'd already have hype if you were fighting them in, like, if that wasn't the case. Am I making sense? I don't know if I'm explaining this 100% like in terms that make sense, but the idea is that, like, you'd already have a name if you were coming in to fight a name, is what I'm basically saying. So a lot of these guys that you don't know are going to be underdogs by default because they're not the named fighter in that equation in a smaller promotion. And if they're not the named fighter that has a little bit of a hype and has a reason behind the hype, then 9 times out of 10, they're going to get taken out. So, yeah, I mean, in this fight, it doesn't really apply because both these are known names, but I guess I should have listened to the odds makers is what it comes down to, right? Uncle Dana would never let Connor off his leash to fight in BKFC. Well, I mean, Connor is co-owner of BKFC, and he's also, it wouldn't be an MMA fight. So technically, is there something there perhaps? You know, I mean, maybe that, you know, it's some type of thing about, I don't know if it's fighting period. I don't know what his contract's like. You know, that's one of those hard things to know about when it comes to this sport, is what is actually in their contracts. But it would be kind of crazy if that did happen. And of course, Connor was going to do that, right? I mean, shit. How could it not happen, you know? But that certainly would be a fight that I think a lot of people would care about. And you want to talk about promotion for BKFC. David Feldman and Dana did have a meeting at one point, so they were already in discussions. I think that there might be a cozy relationship there. That might not be out of the question. That might have some legs. Like that might not be something that is so crazy to think could happen. As I said, a relationship between Feldman and Dana, that's, you know, a good inroad there. I don't think that Dana looks at BKFC as a threat because it's not MMA. Connor, the connection between the two of them. Former UFC fighter in Jeremy Stevens. I think that there's legitimate potential for that fight to go down if they really wanted it to happen. Pereira's sister can fight too. Yeah, better not ever cheat on anyone in that family. Yo, Jack, that is absolute facts, my guy. Yeah, they are a fighting family. The whole thing that came out with the sister is that she apparently was driving for Uber, and she did an interview, and was talking about that, and then everybody was like, yo, Pereira, why are you not giving your sister money when you got all this money? And, like, he came back and basically said, like, oh, this interviewer misrepresented what was said in the interview. And I'm like, but did she say that though? And are you not giving her money though? I mean, like, look, she needs to go out and earn her own money. I can understand that, whatever, you know, make your own money, whatever. I mean, like, I don't think that there's really anything to it. But, like, it was just a funny response because it wasn't like, hey, man, I do give her money. It's like, wait a second. Why'd you say it like that? Why'd you print it like that? But she got a nice win in Karate Combat herself. I think it went to decision, but she still got the nod. Oh, wait, no. Did it? No, no. I think that was the one that was an early stoppage. I'm struggling. There was an early stoppage on. Actually, I think it was her. Yeah, I think that she won her fight, but it was like a massively early stoppage. So take that for what it is. I don't know. And that was here in Florida too. So making my commission look bad here in the great state of Florida. Logan versus Conor would be way bigger with a fuck ton of money over Conor versus Jeremy and BKFC. Yeah, you're speaking facts, B, but apparently that was just a rumor that was never substantiated to begin with, and Conor came out and said that there wasn't any legitimacy to it. Plus, even if it was going to be an actual like legit fight, they kind of blew the lead up to it by them fucking hanging out on the bus at Trump's inauguration, all buddy and shit. You know, you can't really sell a fight when the two of you are fucking taking selfies together. I don't know. Maybe they could still sell it, but it's like, that's why, what I had said about it on the podcast is like, why does anybody give a fuck about a fight like that? First of all, Logan Paul can't fight, period. He's not a good boxer. He needs to stay in his WWE fake shit, which apparently he's pretty good at. So from what I have heard, he's good in his pro wrestling thing. Stay doing that shit because there's nothing for you in legitimate combat sports. So that's number one. Number two, even if he could fight, do you think either of them would be taking that shit seriously? That would be Mike Tyson and Jake Paul all over again. Different Paul, same outcome. So I don't know why anybody gives a fuck about this influencer boxing shit in the first place. Jake, I can kind of understand because he's made a name for himself over time in it. But Conor versus Logan, especially if you saw Logan versus Floyd Mayweather, which was one of the worst displays of boxing I have ever sat through in my life, that fight sucked donkey dick. If you go back and try to see if you can find highlights of that, I would struggle to think that they could ever pull anything out of that fight that would even closely resemble something that you'd consider a highlight. It was awful. So that all being said, yeah, would it do bigger numbers because of the name value? Absolutely, I would say that. But at the same time, I think that that's a fight that's actually attractive to people who care about fighting. Conor versus Jeremy Stevens. Obviously, there's a history there. Obviously, the UFC overlap element is there. BKFC is doing decent things here with this event, sans the main event, which was a little anticlimactic for an otherwise really good card. As a fight person, that would be the fight that I would want way more than any of that other bullshit. I did say on Chase's stream, though, that India should get a big fight event, though. India, an underserved region of the world with a whole lot of people in it that doesn't have a whole lot of representation in combat sports. Out there in Australia for 312, we got Anshul Jubilee coming back, right? Is it either it's Anshul Jubilee there? Yeah, right. Because Pooja Tomar is fighting on London, I believe. I think is she fighting Molly McCann? She might. That sounds familiar. I don't know, but I think the female Pooja Tomar is fighting as well at some point coming up. Anshul Jubilee is the other Indian fighter in the UFC, the male fighter. So anyway, the point is that underrepresented territory, give them some big fight, but fuck the influencer shit. Fuck that shit. Come on, bro. Get the fuck out of here with this influencer nonsense. Yeah, gotcha hat. That was funny. That was probably the biggest highlight from that stupid ass event. And it was Jake. It wasn't even Logan. Jake is the only brother out of the two of them that you should like have any kind of like fondness for. As I have said in my Yama episode about the Paul Tyson fight, I actually like Jake Paul has kind of grown on me a little bit over time. I know that that's like a hot take for a lot of people, but yeah, I don't hate him the same way that like a lot of people do at this point. I think he's actually a pretty savvy businessman when it comes down to it. And if this fucking planet wants to continue to give him money on the vague hope that he gets knocked out at some point in the future, get the bag, bro. I'm not mad at him. Eddie and who the fuck fought at 175? They were fighting at 175? I thought they looked pretty beefy. So that doesn't surprise me. But yeah, that extra weight did not do any benefit to Mr. Alvarez. Man, fucking out on the stool, bro. That just blows. That just blows. When he didn't press to finish Tyson, you gained a lot of respect for him. I mean, fuck that. He should have pressed to finish him. I mean, if you're in a fight. But Um, Again, I just think he has navigated his success well. And I'm in a kind of a unique situation with that because on the one hand, I'm in the MMA combat sports world, but on the other hand, I'm also in the content space. So I think I'm kind of more aware of like some of the lore when it comes to Jake Paul than like most fight people would be. So if you know anything about the relationship between Jake and Logan, Logan is the big brother. He acts like the big brother a lot. Like he's very he I don't know. He's kind of disrespectful to Jake, to be perfectly honest. Like Jake seems like kind of the more decent out of the two of them, and Logan is just kind of a piece of shit. So I think with that dynamic also in play, and the fact that they, for business reasons and obviously as a family, still have to like maintain a relationship, even if it is not the best for Jake, I kind of have a little bit of sympathy there as well. I don't know. This is all just stuff I picked up, but either way, play the fights. The fights have ended. Bored spectator. Fights are over for the evening. Ended kind of anticlimactically in the Stevens and Alvarez fight, unfortunately. So a Nick Nate thing, kind of to an extent. Although I think that Nate kind of looks up to Nick more than Jake looks up to Logan, from what I understand. At least that's my perception anyway. You heard Jake is the bigger brother. Hey, I don't know about all that. That's outside of the knowledge of the content creation space that that I have. Maybe they called it the Team 10 House for different reasons. Hi-oh. Oh man. Jake only fights wrestlers in boxing and fights 20-year-old dudes 20 years older than him. Of course. I mean, again, he navigates it well. That's why people want to see him get knocked out. But it's like, whatever. People give him money for that shit. If you don't want to see that, don't pay for it. The world makes him what he is. It's not his fault that people want to give him money on the vague hope that he gets knocked out. Give the man the money. MGS Gray Fox, did you stream the event? I watched the event and did the watch along. I did not stream the fights live on this stream. Streaming the fights on this platform would get me kicked off of the platform, so I cannot stream the fights legally on Twitch or any other live streaming platform. So, but if you do have access to the fights, we do watch alongs on this channel for every UFC event. So if you are a fan of the UFC, we cover combat sports broadly, but more MMA. This is mostly an MMA channel. So if you're into MMA, stick around and hang out with us for the next UFC event. We'll be back on Saturday. If Ali was alive, Jake would have no shame in setting that one up too. Jack, you are not lying. That is absolutely facts. It is absolutely shameful, and the world would watch it. That's what it comes down to. Until you turn your back to it, it's going to keep happening. That's why I'm not mad at it, because there's a consumer base. If there was not a consumer base, we wouldn't be having the conversation. BKFC is copyrighted content. And now that they are starting to grow out their organization, they are probably cracking down on that. But my good buddy and now representative of the Yama channel, Mr. Rage Quit, did send an email to their legal department to see if I could have some kind of partnership going with them. So if BKFC wants to form a partnership with the Yama channel, we're open for business. And I would be happy to set up something where maybe I'd have a promo code that could get people discounts for the events or something like that. So MGS Gray Fox, if you stick around, there might be some potential in the future for a difference in that regard. Rumors Jake versus George Foreman is happening. Beeb, come on, bro. Don't let that be a thing. Don't let that be real. George Foreman has to be 80 years old at this point. Come on. Hey, Chi Wee Wee. Thank you very much, MGS Gray Fox. Welcome. And like I said, even if we're not showing the fights on stream, if you have access to them, we do watch-alongs for every UFC event. So we'll be here. Generally, I'm here with my buddy, the Vitz King. It's always a good time. We're hanging out. We're having some fun, having some laughs. Couple drinks, couple laughs. Fucking cares are over, dude. George is 76 years young. He's still got it. It can still happen. All right. Well, I mean, I guess that's about it, everybody. I appreciate hanging out with y'all tonight. The fights have concluded. I've been on for almost 5 hours. My voice is starting to go. And I got a whole video to do tomorrow about the GFL. Do we all know about the GFL? Have you been watching the podcast? We do a podcast on this channel as well. It's called Last Week's Fights. And we've been covering the GFL pretty closely. We've been watching a lot of it. In the Discord, we've been talking about it. The GFL is the experiment that we have got our eyes on, ladies and gentlemen, because it is quite the spectacle already. All of these phantom signings are very wild and very unprecedented in the sport of mixed martial arts. So I am planning, and hopefully we'll have out either Monday or Tuesday. Maybe, don't hold me to it, but I'm going to try my best. I'm going to be recording a video about the GFL draft that I'm going to edit down. I might even live stream that. I wasn't planning on live streaming it because I don't know what their policy is with that. GFL getting litigious, even though they're doing shady business stuff. I don't know. There's potential I might possibly live stream it, but either way, I will be hopefully getting that video out about the GFL draft very soon. Mondays, of course, myself and Chase Parton will be on this channel doing the podcast Last Week's Fights that generally starts at 9 o'clock. We might be pushing it back on a regular basis from now on. We've kind of toyed with that idea, starting it a little bit later. But if it doesn't start at 9 o'clock, it will start later than 9 o'clock. And I will keep you posted on the start times at Yama Show on Twitter and on Instagram. That's YAMMA Show on both of those platforms. So thank you very much for hanging out, guys. I appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you so much to all of the new followers that we got today. Really, really cool to see everybody hanging out and growing the community. Welcome to the Hive. Have a great evening, everybody. Have a great rest of your weekend. If I don't see you, catch you in the next stream. And as always, fight on.
BKFC.